how the polls ended, and then after being in custody for 17 days, Vinesh Chandel has now gotten the bail. But as you can see, even the very lawyers also refrain from making such comments or making any speculations of the same. We will do the same. But given that he was also saying that the ED has given a no objection of the grant of bail, given that Vinesh Chandel is going to cooperate with the case, cooperate with the agency, is going to give all the important informations. All in the first place, there were several allegations made by ED saying that the important sensitive information has been deleted by Vinesh Chandel's employees on the direction of Vinesh Chandel. So now this comes a little contradictory as well. So we are seeing a lot of contradictions in the case. We are also seeing a very interesting timeline in the case. We'll keep seeing what happens further. Back to you.
All right, Sambhavi, and also for our viewers, can you refresh just some of the sequences that happened after the ED conducted the raid and he was arrested just before this bail was granted against Vinesh Chandel? Because the series of consequences that led up to this, can you break it down for our viewers, Sambhavi?
So basically, for our viewers, let me tell you, Vinesh Chandel is the founder of the I-PAC company, and he's been involved into alleged several financial irregularities. What happened is that it's basically a strategy campaign management firm, I-PAC. Now, Enforcement Directorate filed a case against I-PAC saying that there is money laundering happening, that there is a lot of transactions which is happening through various entities to hide the origin of that money, to hide the origin of that transaction, and such transactions which are very common in the cases of money laundering are taking place. After the Enforcement Directorate initiated a probe under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, there was an FIR file. He was arrested on April 13th. He was arrested. He was there in police custody for 10 days. He later filed an application asking for bail, to which the ED said that they have no issues with the granting of bail of Vinesh Chandel. And today, Vinesh Chandel has officially gotten bail from the Delhi High Court on the allegations of money laundering and alleged irregular financial transactions as well.
Right, Sambhavi, thank you so much for your inputs as well. And now we are joined by Sarthak again at this point. Sarthak, coming to you now with the Delhi court granting bail to Vinesh Chandel. We have heard from Sambhavi, especially regarding how it was given just a day after the elections concluded in West Bengal, and this was a key factor in West Bengal campaigning during the campaigning as well. And now Vinesh Chandel, the director of the I-PAC, a key strategist for the Trinamool Congress. Now, he has been arrested on April 13 and now granted bail. What's the latest you're picking up at this point?
Well, yes, Vinesh Chandel, who happens to be the director of I-PAC, which is the same consultancy firm which was providing consultancy to parties like TMC, was raided in January by ED, where Mamata Banerjee intervened, tried to disrupt the investigation, tried to disrupt the raid. Vinesh Chandel happens to be the director of the same I-PAC. He was taken into custody by ED on April 13. He was in police custody and he was being interrogated. He was being asked certain questions by ED, tried to find more details about the money laundering case. Certain charges were pressed upon him under PMLA. However, the latest that we are getting today, the Patiala House Court has granted him regular bail. The judge happens to be Additional Sessions Judge Amit Bansal. He has said that ED has not really countered or made any counter arguments regarding this bail under Section 45 of PMLA. And now what we know of Vinesh Chandel has been granted bail by the court of Additional Sessions Judge Amit Bansal. And this is the latest that we are getting. It is around the same time when the elections have gotten over. We are still in the phase of the exit polls, and at this time around, Vinesh Chandel has been granted bail. This spurs a lot of controversy of what could be the possible reason. At this point, ED has not made any objection against the granting of bail to Vinesh Chandel. But the investigation is still ongoing. It doesn't mean just he has been granted bail, that he has been discharged from all the offences that are being pressed upon him. The investigation is still ongoing. However, he has been granted bail, but ED will be investigating the matter under PMLA.
Right, that's right. Yes, in fact, thank you so much for your input, Sarthak, and also for joining us on this broadcast, both to Sambhavi and Sarthak. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. And now, viewers, we are moving on to a very small break. We'll be back with more stories on the other side as police registers FIR against Mehbooba's daughter Iltija Mufti for glorifying success as leader of an unlawful association banned under the UAPA. And 7 killed as a wall collapsed near Bengaluru hospital and a man loses his life upon being electrocuted amidst heavy downpour in Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian plains. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the advanced medium combat aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also shows a smart way of mixing technology. India still uses Russian planes but adds Western weapons when they fit better. After supply problems from global sanctions, this diversification makes sure the Air Force never runs short of parts or missiles. The MiG-29 UPG with ASRAAM now matches the close combat power of top Western jets like the Eurofighter or Rafale. Pilots who fly the MiG
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
In a big relief, Delhi court grants bail to I-PAC director Vinesh Chandel in money laundering case. Supreme Court to hear Pawan Khera's plea against Guwahati High Court order denying anticipatory bail. Police registers FIR against Mehbooba's daughter Iltija Mufti for glorifying secessionist leader of an unlawful association banned under UAPA. Rupee hits all-time low of 95.23 against US dollar, pummeled by surge in oil's prices. Vijay still holds the key to who forms the government in Tamil Nadu. Possibility of Vijay sweep if vote share crosses 35%. Trump shares map showing Hormuz as a Strait of Trump hours after saying Iran will have to cry uncle to end blockade. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development which we are getting from West Bengal, and it is about the post-poll violence yet again in West Bengal after elections. After the second phase of voting, TMC has now allegedly resorted to violence as soon as voting ended in West Bengal. Now, as per the latest reports, RSS workers' house was attacked and vandalized in Behala. Now, TMC workers targeted RSS worker Abhijit Brahma's house. Now, Abhijit Brahma and his brother were attacked during the incident. Now, police later arrested Abhijit Brahma instead of the alleged attackers. So, it's shocking, ironical, but it happens in West Bengal, especially when it comes to polls. Various incidents of pre-poll violence, post-poll violence after every elections. However, there was a very huge security deployment of the CAPF this time. But even after that, even after the elections as promised, till the results are declared, the central deployment will remain intact, will remain there. Now, TMC has now allegedly resorted to violence as soon as voting ended in West Bengal. This is an RSS workers' house was attacked and vandalized in Behala. Now, TMC workers targeted RSS worker, that is Abhijit Brahma. Abhijit Brahma's house. Now, Abhijit Brahma and his brother were attacked during the incident. Now, police later arrested Abhijit Brahma instead of the alleged attackers. Now, this is the first on Republic, a big update coming in from West Bengal after the polls have finished, after the polls have taken place. This was the second phase of voting that happened yesterday. And now these are the reports of post-poll violence. So that was exactly the reason why the security deployment has been asked to stay even after the polls take place, even after the results are declared, because there was a possibility of things escalation of the scenario, because there are already tensions in West Bengal between the Trinamool Congress party and the BJP, and also there's a conflict of interest between the TMC and other political parties in West Bengal. There were incidents yesterday also where an ISF polling agent was beaten by the TMC, and various incidents of violence at various places. However, because of the security deployment and quick action, you can clearly understand why there were no deaths yesterday also, because of the heavy security deployment, and because the gundas, the hooligans, were not able to hurl bombs yesterday, and now there are reports of post-poll violence where RSS worker was attacked by TMC. His house has been vandalized. Now, after the RSS worker's house was attacked and vandalized in Behala, this was done allegedly by the TMC workers. Abhijit Brahma's house was vandalized, and Abhijit Brahma and his brother were attacked during the incident, and the police later arrested Abhijit Brahma instead of the alleged attackers. This is the scenario in West Bengal, and that's the reason why many are worried. Many were worried about the post-poll scenario, because there have been incidents earlier in various polls in West Bengal that violence was reported, not just violence to the level of brutal killings. And as you can see, this fight that is happening right now, and this also is exclusive. He's bleeding profusely. The visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is an RSS worker who was attacked by the Trinamool Congress. Now, this is the situation in West Bengal. First on Republic, on your screens, exclusive images of the RSS worker who was attacked by Trinamool Congress cadres and Trinamool Congress workers, allegedly attacked by the TMC in post-poll clashes in Behala. RSS worker attacked. Now, you can see the fight which is breaking out, and you can see they are attacking each other with sticks, with stones, and beating there, and the house was attacked, and the family was trying to defend itself because there was an attack on RSS workers' house, and you can clearly understand how brutally he was being beaten by a mob there, brutally being thrashed with sticks and stones, with the stones being thrown at them, and this is the fight that is happening in West Bengal, post-poll clashes in Behala. Visuals from Behala, first on Republic, exclusive on Republic, on your television screen, where you can see clearly an RSS worker was attacked by Trinamool Congress. Now, there was already tensions. The TMC was already upset because of such a huge security deployment. They were not able to do what they wanted to do. The hooligans were not able to do their task, and this is the reason exactly why there is a requirement of heavy police force deployment and heavy CAPF deployment on ground. And even after the voting is complete, there is a requirement, because this was bound to happen, this was supposed to happen. But you can just imagine the level at which it could have escalated if there wasn't a heavy security presence in West Bengal. It might have led to brutal killings post-elections, and that is the reason, because Bengal is known for violence after polls. That is the post-poll violence, and even during the polls and before the polls, and that's why the Election Commission took the decision to deploy the Central Armed Police Forces. More than 2.4 lakh police personnel were deployed. All right, viewers, now violence and political confrontation have marred polling in West Bengal as phase 2 of the high-stakes assembly elections ended. From booth-level clashes to allegations of voter intimidation, both the BJP and the TMC traded charges even during the voting also. Now, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee raised questions over the polling process, while the BJP has alleged targeted attacks on its workers. Here's a ground report from Bengal's 10th polling day.
Violence and vandalism have been reported from multiple parts of West Bengal as Phase 2 polling ended on 29th April. Incidents were reported from Chhapra, Shantipur, Nimtala and Bhangar, raising concerns over the security environment. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee visited polling booths in Bhawanipur, where she is locked in a high-profile contest. Mamata alleged that observers from outside are acting under BJP's direction, questioning the fairness of the voting process. She also claimed that party flags were removed and TMC workers were being picked up and restricted. Violent clash broke out between TMC and BJP workers in North 24 Parganas as. On the other side, the BJP has accused TMC-linked miscreants of assaulting a polling agent in Chhapra, Nadia district. The injured agent, identified as Mosharif Mir, was admitted to a hospital after being attacked during the mock poll. BJP leaders allege that a group of 15 to 16 supporters assaulted him, with one person reportedly carrying a gun. The victim claimed that he was hit with a rod and collapsed on the spot, triggering panic at the polling booth. While the BJP has filed a complaint, the TMC has denied all allegations. With major clashes erupted on both sides trading accusations, Phase 2 of Bengal polling has ended under a cloud of violence and controversy.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. The BJYM-JNK president, that is Arun Prabhat Jamwal, has slammed Iltija Mufti for allegedly promoting separatism, declaring an end to selective law enforcement against those speaking against India. Now, Jamwal further accused Mehbooba Mufti of historically shielding terrorists, emphasizing that legal action will now be taken against those attempting to divide the public.
देखिए मुझे लगता है कि लॉ को अपना कोर्स लेना चाहिए और अब वो ज़माना नहीं है, अब वो टाइम नहीं है जब सिलेक्टिव एक देख करके सिलेक्टिवली लॉ का यूज़ होता था. बट मुझे लगता है कि अब जिस तरीके से इल्तिजा मुफ्ती हो या जो भी जम्मू कश्मीर का या भारत का कोई भी नेता हो, अगर वो कोई भी ऐसा काम करता है, कोई भी ऐसी स्टेटमेंट देता है जिससे इंटीग्रिटी सॉवरेनिटी पे इफेक्ट होता है, तो उसके खिलाफ कदम होना चाहिए और उसके खिलाफ लॉ शुड टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स. और वही हुआ है और मुझे लगता है कि ज़रूर न्याय होगा. और इल्तिजा मुफ्ती हों या उनकी माताजी हों, ये हमेशा माहिर रहे हैं पाकिस्तान के और सेपरेटिज़म को फैलाने के लिए, और इन्होंने ही टेररिज्म को स्पेस प्रोवाइड की है. आज उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा क्योंकि भारत जो न्याय संहिता है, एक बड़ा एक कुचक्र था जहां पर भाषा के नाम पर यहां पर कई लोगों को रिक्रूटमेंट प्रोसेस से बाहर रखा जाता था और कई लोगों को पढ़े लिखे होने के बावजूद भी, लिटरेट होने के बावजूद भी अनपढ़ जैसा उनके साथ व्यवहार किया जाता था क्योंकि वो यहाँ पर नहीं जानते थे और उनको नहीं पढ़ाया जाता था. पर अब जिस तरीके से अपना ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेजेस एक्ट पारित होने के बाद 5 यहाँ पे डोगरी, कश्मीरी, हिंदी, अंग्रेजी और उर्दू यहाँ पे ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेजेस हैं, तो पांचों का इक्विटेबल यूज होगा. एक भाषा के आधार पर किसी को भी बाहर नहीं किया जाएगा.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, India has stepped up diplomatic engagement among the fast-evolving Iran crisis. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has held talks with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi as pressure mounts on Tehran over a possible nuclear deal and regional stability remains under strain. Here is the report.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar held a telephonic conversation with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi as the situation in West Asia continues to evolve rapidly. The discussion comes at a time of heightened tensions between Iran and the United States, with diplomatic channels active but no clear breakthrough. The two sides exchanged views on the regional security situation, ongoing negotiations, and the need to prevent further escalation. For India, the conversation is significant because Iran remains a key regional player and a critical partner in energy, connectivity, and strategic access to Central Asia. The call also comes as US President Donald Trump increased public pressure on Tehran to accept a nuclear understanding. On the other hand, Trump has also said that US will no longer be Mr. Nice Guy. He has also cancelled the trip to Pakistan for talks, claiming that he will not send officials to Iran to just sit. The White House has claimed that the proposal of Iran was being discussed.
Well, only because it's been reported. I will confirm the president has met with his national security team this morning. The meeting may be ongoing, maybe not. I don't want to speak affirmatively because I was prepping to come out here. But the proposal was being discussed. I don't want to get ahead of the president or his national security team. What I will reiterate is that the president's red lines with respect to Iran have been made very, very clear, not just to the American public, but also to them as well. I wouldn't say they're considering it. I would just say that there was a discussion this morning that I don't want to get ahead of, and you'll hear directly from the president, I'm sure, on this topic very.
Tehran, on the other hand, has been pushing for a phased approach linking to maritime security, sanctions relief, and broader political talks. For India, any prolonged instability in the Gulf has direct consequences, from crude oil prices to shipping routes and safety of the large Indian diaspora in the region. The Strait of Hormuz, through which a large share of global oil trade passes, remains a key concern for energy importers like India. India's message remains clear: instability in West Asia is vital for global markets, regional peace, and international security. As talks continue and pressure builds on all sides, India is positioning itself as a calm, responsible voice, calling for restraint and resolution.
All right, viewers, now it's time for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up next, in a big relief, Delhi court grants bail to I-PAC director Vinesh Chandel in money laundering case. Also coming up, Supreme Court to hear Pawan Khera's plea against Guwahati High Court order denying anticipatory bail.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire and forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot.
All right, viewers, welcome back. Now let's move on to another top story. Now, exit polls for the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections released on Wednesday point to a sharply divided verdict. Now, with projections suggesting a tight, high-voltage contest between the two main rivals, the TMC, led by Mamata Banerjee, and the BJP, the poll of polls indicates a marginal edge for the BJP. The 2026 election campaign has been shaped by intense political themes, from women voters and Bengali Asmita to the Matua community influence and concerns over voter deletions during the SIR process by the Election Commission. Now, exit poll data further points to shifting social equations in the state, including visible consolidation of the Hindu votes in several regions and high voter turnout, both of which appear to be reshaping Bengal's electoral map. More in this report.
Exit polls for the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections on Wednesday pointed to a sharply divided verdict, with most projections giving BJP an edge. A neck-and-neck fight between the two main contenders, BJP and TMC, are also being projected. 145 seats each for the BJP and the TMC in the 294-member assembly, with others expected to win around 4 seats. The 2026 contest has been shaped by a high-voltage fight between the Trinamool Congress, led by Mamata Banerjee, and the BJP.
According to Metrise, this is getting very exciting. Remember, P. Mark just said the BJP is going to have a huge win in Bengal, right? Metrise is saying, lo and behold, Metrise is saying the BJP is going to win Bengal as well. But they're saying the margin is not that big. They say it's between 146 to 161, giving a mean of about 153, but still sufficiently above the halfway mark. Yeah, right, Abhishek? Right?
48 is the half.
Right? And the Trinamool Congress between 124 to 140, giving an interesting fight, but about 15 seats away from the halfway mark. Okay, the problem here is that the TMC's vote share is only about 40.8% this time. And if I see the breakup in different areas, North Bengal is a complete sweep by the BJP. South Bengal is where the Trinamool has a marginal, lead, right? The Rar region, Purulia, Bankura, all these places are going much more substantially. It's a 50-50 kind of situation here. One thing is very clear, when I see the gender vote breakup out here, I see the female voters are still with the Trinamool Congress, the male voters are with the BJP, but the big headline out here is that the BJP is winning Bengal in both the surveys that we've got so far.
Campaign themes revolved around women voters, Bengali Asmita, the Matua vote, and large-scale voters' deletions during SIR of the Election Commission. The BJP is on course to double its tally, crossing the 150 mark. The TMC could be staring at a vote share drop of nearly 8%. The BJP may just cross the majority mark. A narrow but crucial 2 to 4% vote share lead could tilt the scales. The TMC falling short by 15 to 20 seats. In a contest this tight, margins will decide the winner. And if trends hold, the ruling TMC could lose over 1/3 of its seats. Bengal stands at a crossroads. Is this the fall of a stronghold or the ultimate comeback story?
All right, viewers, let's move on to another top story. Now, a tragic incident has been reported from Bengaluru, where a compound wall collapse near a major hospital has claimed multiple lives, including children. Now, the collapse, triggered by heavy rains and strong winds, occurred as victims were taking shelter near the wall. Now, Karnataka leaders, including Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar, rushed to the spot as rescue operations were launched and compensation announced. Take a look.
A major tragedy has unfolded in Bengaluru, where at least 7 people, including 3 children, were killed after a compound wall collapsed near the Bowring and Lady Curzon Hospital. The incident occurred when heavy rain, strong winds and hailstorms battered the area.
The victims were taking shelter near the wall when it suddenly came crashing down. All 7 victims died on the spot, triggering panic and chaos in the area. 2 people were from Kerala, from a group of 46 people who came on tour from the Kudumbashree unit. Police and emergency teams rushed to the site, deploying an earth mover to clear debris and rescue victims with the help of locals. Bengaluru Police Commissioner Simant Kumar Singh confirmed that those injured are out of danger.
Around 5:30 we got information that due to heavy rains, a section of the wall, back wall of the Boring Hospital had collapsed and there were many people trapped in it. Immediately the local people who were there, the fire defense, the civil defense, the fire people, the police, everyone has rushed, and as of now officially we have come to know that 7 people have died, out of which 2 are children and 5 are adults. 7 more people are injured. As per the reports of the hospital authorities here, they are out of danger and they are being treated in their respective wards.
Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah visited the site and has announced an ex gratia compensation of 5 lakh for the kin of the deceased. Deputy CM DK Shiv Kumar also rushed to the spot, cutting short his meeting after being informed about the incident. Authorities continue rescue and relief operations as questions are being raised over infrastructure safety amid extreme weather conditions.
All right, viewers, with this, it's time to go to a small commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up coming up next after the break. Police registers FIR against Mehbooba's daughter, that is Iltija Mufti, for glorifying secessionist leader of an unlawful association banned under UAPA.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers.
All right, viewers, coming up after the break, post-poll violence in West Bengal just a day after the second phase of voting in West Bengal. RSS worker attacked home vandalized in Behala. Coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the live report. It's 12 p.m. We had the Republic poll of polls last evening and we're getting in a lot of reactions. The Trinamool Congress is extremely upset. Trinamool Congress won't accept what most pollsters are showing. They have a point, a limited point, that last time many pollsters got it wrong. Yes, they did. But the mood on the ground is extremely different. We get you the details and the pictures coming in. Post-poll violence is something that we said could happen given the mood of the Trinamool Congress. They've begun attacking BJP and allies of the BJP. Here are the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Post-poll violence in West Bengal. RSS workers' home attacked by the Trinamool Congress in Bengal. Election Commission says 77 cases of EVM tampering have been reported. Repolling likely before the 2nd of May in those seats.
दो तिहाई से ज्यादा सीटें आ रही हैं तृणमूल की, आप देख लेना। मतलब मुझे मालूम है ईडी का डर सबको लगा रहता है क्योंकि मोस्टली तो बिजनेस हाउसेस हैं सारे।
Trinamool Congress challenges the exit polls, claim they are winning by 2/3 majority. Strategist of the Trinamool Congress, I-PAC director, granted bail a day after elections.
Elections are barely over, but the factional feud continues inside the Congress party even after exit polls give it an edge in Kerala. And ladies and gentlemen, a day after the exit polls, that is the poll of polls were put out on Republic TV, we put out at least 5 to 7 polls last evening. And after we put out these polls, Trinamool Congress is perhaps sensing that they are losing ground. As expected, post-poll violence has been reported in different parts of Bengal. Trinamool Congress has also resorted to violence. RSS workers have been attacked. Those are the numbers, by the way, the Republic poll of polls. Before we get to the pictures of the attacks, the Republic poll of polls, where most of the pollsters, most of them, including PMARC, Motriz, JVC, Chanakya Strategy, now all of these pollsters gave BJP the edge in Bengal. And in Bengal, a day after the polls, an RSS worker has been attacked. Let's go back to the pictures now. Let's go to the pictures of the attack. The attack pictures are gory. The attack pictures from Bengal coming in, an RSS worker whose name is Abhijit Brahma. We've been told that RSS worker Abhijit Brahma has been attacked. Abhijit Brahma and his family has been attacked. Let's show you the pictures of the attack, because you can see that the Trinamool Congress is targeting anybody who helped BJP in this election. So if the RSS did some work on the ground, RSS workers are being targeted. Let's go full frame to the pictures, please. Pictures of Abhijit Brahma and his brother are being attacked. Those are the gory pictures, ladies and gentlemen. That's Abhijit Brahma and his brother who were attacked in Behala. An RSS worker's home has also been attacked. Reportedly, Trinamool Congress workers were behind the attack on the RSS worker Abhijit Brahma. Police have also arrested, strangely, the man who was attacked in this particular case, who's believed to be Abhijit Brahma. Now, those are pictures coming in of the attack that took place in Behala. And we'll go across to Harsha in just a bit, but those are pictures of the RSS worker who was attacked by the Trinamool Congress, has house vandalized. As you've seen the threats in the last few days, ladies and gentlemen. Phase 1, Phase 2, in this intermediate period, we've had non-stop threats coming in from Trinamool Congress leadership. And as expected, they have attacked RSS workers. They targeted anybody who worked for the BJP, helped BJP on the ground, and RSS workers have been hit. Harsha joining us with the details. Harsha, all of them threatened that on May 4th, they would chase people. They said that we will chase people, we will not spare them. We will slit their throats if necessary. Call for violence that was given. Election Commission did very little on these threats, but the pictures show that they're actually carrying out what they promised they would. Harsha.
Yes, Niranjan, and this is the pattern of TMC after every election we have seen. But this election, TMC is more agitated, Niranjan. We have seen yesterday the threats which were coming from the TMC codes, from the TMC candidates. What will happen after 29th of April? And look at this visuals. And it is near Toliganj only, Behala area, where this is the RSS worker, Abhijit Verma, and his brother, Prashant Verma. Both were brutally attacked, Niranjan. Injuries on head. The skull, there's a skull injury. There's an injury on hand, on chest, on legs. And there were gory visuals yesterday night, and the area is near Toliganj, and this was the house of the RSS worker. And TMC has been attacking and also marking each and every RSS cadre who has been working for BJP and who has ensured that TMC candidate doesn't win from that particular place. They are now locating RSS workers. You see the kind of hooliganism and the kind of intimidating pre-planning this party does. And this is after 29th of April, when TMC has sensed the ground that yes, they have lost the ground. And looking at the exit polls also, not this is a desperate move of the TMC, and TMC candidates are behind this. TMC goons are behind this, who have attacked RSS worker Abhijit Verma and his brother Prashant Verma. And these are the visuals of inside house. They actually barged in the house of this RSS worker. There was a clash, and he was brutally attacked. He was beaten by sticks. He was beaten by rods. He was beaten brutally by TMC goons. And this is yesterday late night. FIRs was registered after ECI, Election Commission, intervened, and now they will be grabbed. It is being stated. So these are the visuals, and this is just a trailer, Niranjan, in West Bengal. It is being told by the TMC. It's just a trailer. More is going to happen after May 4th. They have continuously been threatening that there will be visuals and there will be brutal and harsh thrashing on ground by TMC after May 4th, and they will deal with everyone who has worked for BJP. That's the kind of threat they already had given lastly. Back to you.
Okay. Stay with us. Let's go to the pictures full frame, because those were pictures that have come in and remind us of what things can get to in Bengal. Yesterday, paramilitary forces, nearly 2.5 lakh of them, were on the field ensuring that a fair election takes place. And take a look at these pictures. These are pictures of an RSS worker and his brother who were attacked by Trinamool Congress a day after the second phase. Now, why is the Trinamool Congress extremely edgy? Why is the Trinamool Congress nervous? Does Trinamool Congress feel that they are losing ground? Let's show you what the exit poll said, the poll of polls, and then we will go across and get you the next breaking details. I want Harsha to stay with us because the Trinamool Congress tried a lot of tricks yesterday. They tried a lot of tricks, but those tricks did not work. Right, Harsha? I'll go to the second, bit of breaking news updates that we wanted to bring in. The second bit of breaking news update. Let's go to the next story of the repolling that is likely to take place in at least. We are hearing that there were 77 cases. We don't know whether in 77 booths repolling will take place, but there will be repolling in several parts of West Bengal. Now, the Chief Electoral Officer there has said that 77 cases of EVM tampering have been reported, and repolling is likely to take place in all of these cases before the 2nd of May. 77 cases of EVM tampering have been reported. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the cases are so bizarre. You had pictures of, on EVMs, how the BJP button was taped. There was sellotape put on the BJP button so that people would not press the BJP button. That is how desperate they have become. No marks for guessing who could have done that. And there is another old trick that they tried by putting ittar or perfume, so that on the button, on either the TMC or the BJP button, so whoever pressed that particular button, they would identify the voters by the ittar. Now, EC also has taken note of that. This actually happened in Bengal yesterday when they put ittar on the EVM to identify who votes for TMC, who votes for BJP. That is how they spread fear in Bengal. Harsha, we heard of this ittar story yesterday where they put ittar on EVMs to identify people and then punish them later if they haven't voted for the Trinamool Congress. Is that correct?
Yes, and Niranjan, we reported. You remember I was in Falta, and that report came from booth number 253, 252, 186, and 256 as well. And almost 10 to 12 booths, Niranjan, we only reported. We were telling you that how there was a sellotape on the ballot button of BJP. The voters who were coming out, they were telling that there's a ittar and perfume, and the TMC goons and TMC agents are smelling the fingers of the voters to exactly know they have voted for TMC or not. So that was a kind of intimidation that we saw yesterday in the Falta Assembly constituency. And now Election Commission of India yesterday already said during the polling that if needed, repoll will take place. But today we have got to know that there are almost 77 booths, 77 cases which the returning officers have reported to Election Commission of India and to CO West Bengal, and the repolling will take place before 2nd of May in all those places where there was a tampering of the EVM. In fact, Niranjan, EVM tampering is one thing, but most of the places now the news of proxy voting is also coming out. There were voters who went to the polling booth. They saw they didn't visit the polling station, but there was already the thumb impression. Someone already had come and voted on their name. So those are also the issues which have come out. So each and every CCTV footage is being monitored wherever the Election Commission have got those news, and we believe there are almost 77 booths till now which Election Commission have got the notice and report about. So these are the places where the repolling will take place fairly. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Harsha joining us for the details. Can you imagine? So what they do is on an EVM, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have an EVM in my hand, but essentially what they would do is on an EVM, imagine it's the BJP button or the TMC button. They would pour ittar or perfume on that button. So if you press on that button, they will identify you. They will identify you when you exit the booth on whether you voted for the Trinamool Congress or the BJP. And if you did not vote for the Trinamool Congress, with the smell of that ittar, they would drag you out and they would mark you and they would perhaps thrash you, attack you for not voting for the Trinamool Congress. That's the, by the way, look at that. That is the EVM with the tape that was put up. The tape on the EVM, that was how rigging took place in Falta. Falta is the constituency of Jahangir Khan. Jahangir Khan is the aide of Abhishek Banerjee, sidekick of Abhishek Banerjee. Look at that. Tape on EVM. Tape on EVM while officers were inside. Officers are sitting there, poll officers, on duty. And yet, they managed to do that. And guess how they found out? It was actually a candidate. The candidate there, the opposing candidate, went inside the booth and found out that this was happening. That is how rampant rigging was in some parts of Bengal yesterday, despite the poll officers who were there. They were perhaps scared, they were perhaps intimidated, but nonetheless, they allowed it to happen. That's the story. Okay, let's move on now and show you the exit poll numbers. The exit poll numbers that Trinamool Congress is completely in denial on. Trinamool Congress unwilling to, in fact, all of last night, the Trinamool Congress leadership has spent time trying to run down these polls. Look at these numbers. They just don't want to accept the fact that maybe most pollsters are sensing something. In fact, some pollsters even came on Republic TV last night, including Pradeep Gupta of Access My India, and he confirmed that there is a sense of fear. People are not speaking out on who they are voting for because they are afraid. And take a look at the numbers. This is the number. Trinamool Congress. Look at that. Trinamool Congress, most pollsters, if not all, saying that Trinamool Congress is going to lose at least 70 seats compared to the last time. At least 1/3 of their share is going to be eroded. BJP likely to get the majority in Bengal, according to most pollsters, including P-Mark, Matrice, JVC, Chanakya Strategies, and BJP likely to increase its vote share by anywhere between 6 to 8%. Now, let's look at the other numbers, and we'll tell you what our poll of polls showed and then tell you the kind of responses that we are getting to the poll of polls. In Assam, most polls gave Himanta Biswa Sarma the edge, saying that Himanta Biswa Sarma is set to become the Chief Minister of Assam again. BJP could win. They will increase their seat share, vote share more or less the same, but seat share likely to increase for the BJP. Himanta Biswa Sarma likely to be the Chief Minister again. Let's get you the next poll of polls. In Tamil Nadu, we had an interesting poll of polls where Access My India, this is the only poll that gave Vijay the edge. Access My India by Pradeep Gupta gave Vijay the edge, saying TVK could win anywhere between 98 to 120. But otherwise, most polls saying that DMK is on course to forming the government once again. And finally, the Kerala poll of polls. In Kerala, most pollsters as of this minute saying that UDF, Congress-led UDF, has the edge, even though it's a very narrow lead for the Congress in Kerala. Let's play out what the Trinamool Congress is saying. The Trinamool Congress is unwilling to accept the poll of poll numbers. Here's Kirti Azad, who spoke to Republic TV earlier today.
2/3 से ज़्यादा सीटें आ रही हैं तृणमूल की. आप देख लेना और आपको अपने आप पता लग जाएगा. ये जो है ना, मतलब मुझे मालूम है ईडी का डर सबको लगा रहता है, क्योंकि मोस्टली तो बिजनेस हाउसेज हैं सारे. तो एक्चुअल फैक्ट बताना चाहिए, सही तरह से बताना चाहिए. ये पोलस्टर्स की भी क्रेडिबिलिटी तो रहने गई, विश्वसनीयता कहाँ गई?
बिल्कुल, कई बार एग्जिट पोल बहुत बुरी तरह से हमने देखा है कि धरातल पर भी गिरे हैं. लेकिन क्या वजह आपको लगती है कि टीएमसी को जनता फिर से चुनेगी? क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार 2011 के बाद से ज्यादा सीटें टीएमसी को मिलती रही हैं. तो आपको लगता है कि पिछली बार का भी रिकॉर्ड इस बार टूटेगा?
बिल्कुल टूटेगा, आराम से टूटेगा. और इसलिए टूटेगा क्योंकि 12 सालों से मोदी जी ने तो जुमले दिए हैं. 2 करोड़ नौकरी से शुरू किया था, 15-15 लाख हर अकाउंट में कहे थे, काला धन लाने वाले थे, पेट्रोल डीजल के दाम करने वाले थे, कम करने वाले थे, सिलेंडर के दाम कम होने वाले थे, 2022 तक सब गरीब को छत मिलने वाला था, पक्का घर होने वाले थे, स्मार्ट सिटीज़ बनने वाली थी, नोटबंदी से काला धन खत्म होने वाला था, टेररिज्म सब ऊपर हो जाने वाला था. हुआ तो कुछ नहीं. क्या देखते हैं आप? मोदी जी जाते हैं फर्स्ट क्लास 20 लाख का कैमरा लेते हैं, हुगली पे फोटो खींचते हैं। एक बार जरा जमुना में भी तो जाएं जहां सरकार है इनकी। 6 महीने में ठीक करने वाले थे मोदी जी। रेखा गुप्ता जी हैं यहाँ पे। ये AQI क्या होता है, AIQ क्या होता है, इनको मालूम ही नहीं है।
गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने काफ़ी प्रचार किया, काफ़ी लंबे समय तक पश्चिम बंगाल में ही रहे, बीते 10 दिन से पश्चिम बंगाल में थे। उन्होंने बार बार एक नारा दिया कि पश्चिम बंगाल में भय है, भय खत्म होगा, भरोसे की सरकार बीजेपी देगी। आपको लगता है कि वो भय पश्चिम बंगाल में है लोगों के मन में?
एक तो इनकी भाषा 2 नंबरी उठाई गिरे की है। जो बोले ए ममता, बंगाल के गुंडों में उल्टा करके सीधा कर दूंगा, ये भाषा क्या गृह मंत्री की है? दूसरा, गृह मंत्री को कहीं काम तो दूसरा है नहीं। वो क्या होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ बंगाल है या होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया है? घुसपैठिए जो घुसते हैं वो बंगाल से घुसते हैं, आसाम से घुसते हैं, मिजोरम से घुसते हैं, पाकिस्तान से आ जाते हैं, अटैक कर देते हैं, भाई सारण में 26 लोग को मार के चले जाते हैं और ये यहाँ घूमते रहते हैं। ये तो इनकी विश्वसनीयता है। तो इसकी क्या बात करते हो? अमित शाह की क्या बात करते हो? और जिस प्रकार की भाषा इस्तेमाल की है, बंगाल के लोग भद्र मानुष हैं और ममता दीदी बहुत पॉपुलर है। ममता दीदी इन दोनों से देश में सबसे ज़्यादा पॉपुलर है। इनको तो चढ़ाया आप लोगों ने। अन्यथा तो कभी इनके काम के बारे में भी चर्चा करो। आप चढ़ते हो विपक्ष के ऊपर, हैं? कभी केंद्र सरकार से भी तो पूछो।
Trinamool Congress's Kirti Azad is a parliamentarian completely in denial. Of course, he will deny whatever we ask him. He will defend the Trinamool Congress in denial on the ground reality. Even the pictures that we showed at the beginning of the program when RSS workers were attacked to the point where their heads were cracked open. And this man says that there is no sense of fear in Bengal. Let's move on though to Kerala, where even though most exit polls are predicting a majority for the Congress-led UDF, there is a factional feud inside the Congress party. Continues to be a headache. On the complaint of KPCC president, that is the Kerala Pradesh Congress president, the police have registered a case against a few Congress workers who circulated a letter which was allegedly written by the president of the KPCC. And the letter was written to Mallikarjun Kharge asking not to field K. Sudhakaran in the assembly elections. So within Congress in Kerala, there is a war. Let me go across to Shankar. Shankar, what's going on? What is going on, and why are they fighting? Is there a problem? Why do they not like Sudhakaran?
No, even before the assembly polls, when the local body elections was held in the last year, 2025, December or November, and it was a pointer to the assembly polls, and most of the surveys predicted, even the last exit poll predicted an upper hand for the UDF in Kerala. Soon, the followers, the supporters of the leaders in Kerala has started backing behind 4 leaders for the chief minister's post. In Kerala, the feud happening behind VD Sadishan, opposition leader, senior Congress leader KC Venugopal, Ramesh Chandel and K. Sudhakaran. It was at that time these 3 leaders like KC Venugopal and Ramesh Chandel and VD Sadishan allegedly played a game by sending a letter to Mallikarjun Kharge demanding not to field K. Sudhakaran, a senior Congress leader. He is a veteran in the Congress party from the Kannur district, not to contest him from in the assembly polls. He was a sitting MP, and by writing such a letter, the followers of K. Sudhakaran alleged that it was a deliberate attempt to suppress him and to avoid him making claims for the chief minister post once UDF comes to power. So the UDF, the K. Sudhakaran, by not fielding him for the assembly polls, he has been completely from making the claims of chief minister's post. And now the battle and a letter which was allegedly written by KPCC President Sunny Joseph is being circulated on social media, stating that it was a game which was played by the KPCC President on behalf of other Congress leaders to avoid K. Sudhakaran from coming into the fray for the chief minister's post. So, but KPCC president claimed that he had not written any such letter to Karke and also filed a complaint against the people who posted this letter on social media. When this police probe is taking place on one side, there has been a growing feud is taking place in, surrounding this Ramesh Chennithala, KC Venugopal and VD Sadishan. So even before the assembly polls in Kerala, some among the senior Congress leaders such as PJ Kurian and others recommended Ramesh Chennithala for the chief minister post, and soon AICC central leadership directed the Congress leaders in Kerala not to make such comments openly that would affect the confidence of the party, confidence of the UDF in facing the polls. But such open remarks keep on coming.
Shankar, 1 second. I have Shavan also with me. Shavan has the letter. Shavan, there has been a factional feud, and they can't stand each other. I mean, there is Shashi Tharoor, there is KC Venugopal, there is Sudhakaran, there is Ramesh Chennithala. They just can't stand each other. So, what did this letter say, and what is the confusion in Kerala?
Well, in fact, just to add one more name in the list that you have just read out, that is VD Satishan being the other person. In fact, a survey is now being touted by the Congress party, and insiders from VD Satishan's camp have been floating this survey, which basically indicates that VD Satishan is the more acceptable face of the Congress party, someone who has led the party in the last few years, taking on Vijayan. Now, just an example of the kind of classical, factionalism within the Congress party. Now, this letter is dated 15th of March, 2026, and it has been addressed. I'll ask my camera person to come a little closer and give you a closer look of this particular letter. You'll have to take it out, and I'll just take you through this letter. I'm not too sure whether you can see this, Niranjan. Now, this letter, dated 15th of March, signed by Sunny Joseph, who happens to be the president of Kerala Pradesh Congress Committee. And he's talking about the candidacy of K. Sudhakaran. He's a member of the parliament from Kannur and was proposed to be the candidate from Kannur. In fact, here you have Sunny Joseph, the president, saying that his contributions to the party highly valued, but the current political situation suggests that his chances of success in the assembly segment may just be limited. And additionally, there are broader organizational challenges in relocating sitting members of the parliament to assembly contests in Kerala, which may impact both parliamentary and assembly level strategies. That's point number one. Here you have the president of the Kerala Congress Committee basically proposing the name of Advocate T.O. Mohanan. He's the former mayor of Kannur, and they say that he is a strong and viable candidate for the Kannur Assembly constituency. Now, this perhaps shows the kind of divisions that do exist within the Kerala Congress right now. Multiple factions, as Shankar was pointing out, and this is nothing but just an example of the same.
Thank you for that, Shavan and Shankar, for the details. In Kerala, the factionalism has always been there, but one of those times when you have it on paper, lobbying within the Congress, disagreeing with what candidates were fielded in the state of Kerala. Taking a short break here on Republic. Coming back with details of the 77 cases of EVM tampering which have been reported in Bengal, and how repolling is likely to happen in these seats before the 2nd of May.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Leh gears up to welcome Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Security arrangements have been intensified across ahead of his visit. Shah is scheduled to land in Leh at 12:45 p.m. today. Post-poll violence in West Bengal. RSS workers home attacked by TMC. Election Commission says 77 cases of EVM tampering have been reported. A repoll likely before May 2.
दो तिहाई से ज़्यादा सीटें आ रही हैं तृणमूल की, आप देख लेना। मतलब मुझे मालूम है ईडी का डर सबको लगा रहता है क्योंकि मोस्टली तो बिजनेस हाउसेज हैं सारे।
TMC confident of win even after exit polls suggest otherwise. I-PAC Director Vinesh Chandel granted bail today. Factional feuds inside the Congress party even after majority predicted in exit polls. Now, viewers, Union Minister Satish Chandra Dubey, in an exclusive interaction with Repolling, has spoken about the exit polls. He goes on to claim that the TMC is currently in the ICU. When in the ICU, a person often feels they will survive, but at the end of the TMC is inevitable. This, as he says, Bengal is in the mood for change, and that change is bound to happen. The culture of West Bengal has been reduced to a mockery. Bangladeshis and Rohingyas have come and settled here. If West Bengal is to be saved, the BJP is the only option. The TMC also made every effort to intimidate voters, but this time they were unsuccessful. These are some of the claims that he made while speaking exclusively to Republic. Let's listen in.
जब तक आईसीयू में लोग रहता है तो लोगों को उम्मीद रहता है कि मैं जिंदा वापस आ जाऊंगा, तो टीएमसी आईसीयू में है, उसी उम्मीद में है कि मुझे लास्ट में कहीं कुछ मिल जाए। ऐसा दिख नहीं रहा है। आम जनमानस में बदलाव का मूड था और बदलाव होने वाला तय है।
हम जो वोट परसेंटेज देख रहे हैं 93% के करीब दोनों चरणों में मतदान हुआ है, क्या वजह आपको लगती है कि इतना ज़्यादा मतदान किन कारणों से हो सकता है?
टीएमसी के आने के बाद पहले वहाँ कम्युनिस्ट हुआ करता था, तो कम्युनिस्ट की सीमाएं में भी कुछ बहुत बदलाव वहाँ का कल्चर में हुआ था। लेकिन जो बदलाव इन्होंने 15 साल में किया है कल्चर के ऊपर, जिला का जिला आके रोहिंग्या लोग बस गए हैं, वहाँ के संस्कृति संस्कार को एकदम मजाक बना के रख दिया है। तो वहाँ के आम जनमानस के अंदर ये बदलाव की भावना थी कि अगर पश्चिम बंगाल को बचाना है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लाना पड़ेगा। विकसित पश्चिम बंगाल अगर बनाना है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के विकल्प है, दूसरा कोई नहीं है।
अभी मेरी बातचीत हुई की थी आजाद जी से, कह रहे हैं कि काफ़ी नाराज़गी है जिस तरीके की भाषा का इस्तेमाल इस बार चुनाव में बीजेपी की तरफ से किया गया है। गृह मंत्री का नाम भी उसमें उन्होंने लिया। क्या लगता है आपको, भय भरोसा बहुत सारी चीज़ें बीजेपी की तरफ से कही गई हैं, एक वो वजह भी है जो मतदान हुआ है उसको लेकर?
निश्चित रूप से पिछले बार आप चुनाव में देखे होंगे कि वोटर को धमकाया जा रहा था। इस बार प्रयास किया है टीएमसी करने का, लेकिन सफल नहीं हो पाया है। घर लोगों को जला दिया जाता था, जो बीजेपी की रैली में जाता था उसको मारा पीटा जाता था, काटा जाता था, उसका बंगला घर जला दिया जाता था। इस बार चुनाव आयोग ने इस पे बहुत मजबूती से काम किया है। सेंट्रल फोर्स को लगा के लोगों के अंदर एक भरोसा बन गया है कि अब कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा। और आप यहाँ तक देखे होंगे कि वहाँ के न्यायपालिका के लोगों को भी कुछ देर के लिए बैठा लिया गया था, घेराबंदी कर लिया गया था। तो वहाँ कहीं ना कहीं पश्चिम बंगाल में जो तत्कालिक सरकार चल रही थी वो एक जंगल राज का पार्ट 2 था। तो निश्चित रूप से बदलाव के मूड में जनता है और वहाँ की बदलाव बांग्लादेश से लाके जो भर दिया गया है वोटर को, उन पे ज़्यादा भरोसा इनको है। जबकि सच्चाई है कि पश्चिम बंगाल के कल्चर अलग है, वहाँ के लोग अच्छे ढंग से जीना चाहते हैं, तो उसके लिए भय मुक्त होना चाहिए और भरोसा कर सकता है तो बीजेपी पर भी कर सकता है।
Viewers, in another exclusive interaction with Kirti Azad, he claims that claims were made that the BJP's assembly performance is lagging despite its Lok Sabha standing, with projections favouring a 2/3 majority for the TMC in West Bengal. In fact, he further suggested that Mamata Banerjee's popularity exceeds that of national leadership, while criticising the administration's stance on border security and regional rhetoric as well. Let's listen in.
2/3 से ज़्यादा सीटें आ रही हैं तृणमूल की, आप देख लेना और आपको अपने आप पता लग जाएगा। ये जो है ना, मतलब मुझे मालूम है ईडी का डर सबको लगा रहता है क्योंकि मोस्टली तो बिजनेस हाउसेज हैं सारे, तो एक्चुअल फैक्ट बताना चाहिए, सही तरह से बताना चाहिए। पोलस्टर्स की भी क्रेडिबिलिटी तो रहने गई, विश्वसनीयता कहाँ गई?
कई बार एग्जिट पोल बहुत बुरी तरह से हमने देखा है कि धरातल पर भी गिरे हैं, लेकिन क्या वजह आपको लगती है कि टीएमसी को जनता फिर से चुनेगी? क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार 2011 के बाद से ज्यादा सीटें टीएमसी को मिलती रही हैं, तो आपको लगता है कि पिछली बार का भी रिकॉर्ड इस बार टूटेगा?
बिल्कुल टूटेगा, आराम से टूटेगा। और इसलिए टूटेगा क्योंकि 12 सालों से मोदी जी ने तो जुमले दिए हैं। 2 करोड़ नौकरी से शुरू किया था, 15-15 लाख हर अकाउंट में कहे थे, काला धन लाने वाले थे, पेट्रोल डीजल के दाम करने वाले थे, कम करने वाले थे, सिलेंडर के दाम कम होने वाले थे, 2022 तक सब गरीब को छत मिलने वाला था, पक्का घर होने वाले थे, स्मार्ट सिटीज़ बनने वाली थी, नोटबंदी से काला धन खत्म होने वाला था, टेररिज्म सब ऊपर हो जाने वाला था। हुआ तो कुछ नहीं। क्या देखते हैं आप? मोदी जी जाते हैं, फर्स्ट क्लास 20 लाख का कैमरा लेते हैं, हुगली पे फोटो खींचते हैं। एक बार जरा जमुना में भी तो जाएं जहां सरकार है इनकी, 6 महीने में ठीक करने वाले थे मोदी जी। रेखा गुप्ता जी हैं यहाँ पे। ये AQI क्या होता है, AIQ क्या होता है, इनको मालूम ही नहीं है।
गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने काफी प्रचार किया, काफी लंबे समय तक पश्चिम बंगाल में ही रहे, बीते 10 दिन से पश्चिम बंगाल में थे। उन्होंने बार बार एक नारा दिया कि पश्चिम बंगाल में भय है, भय खत्म होगा, भरोसे की सरकार बीजेपी देगी। आपको लगता है कि वो भय पश्चिम बंगाल में है लोगों के मन में?
एक तो इनकी भाषा 2 नंबरी उठाई गिरे की है। जो बोले ए ममता, बंगाल के गुंडों में उल्टा करके सीधा कर दूंगा, ये भाषा क्या गृह मंत्री की है? दूसरा, गृह मंत्री को कहीं काम तो दूसरा है नहीं। वो क्या होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ बंगाल है या होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया है? घुसपैठिए जो घुसते हैं वो बंगाल से घुसते हैं, आसाम से घुसते हैं, मिजोरम से घुसते हैं, पाकिस्तान से आ जाते हैं, अटैक कर देते हैं, भाई सारण में 26 लोग को मार के चले जाते हैं और ये यहाँ घूमते रहते हैं। ये तो इनकी विश्वसनीयता है। तो इसकी क्या बात करते हो? अमित शाह की क्या बात करते हो? और जिस प्रकार की भाषा इस्तेमाल की है, बंगाल के लोग भद्र मानुष हैं और ममता दीदी बहुत पॉपुलर है। ममता दीदी इन दोनों से देश में सबसे ज़्यादा पॉपुलर है। इनको तो चढ़ाया आप लोगों ने। अन्यथा तो कभी इनके काम के बारे में भी चर्चा करो। आप चढ़ते हो विपक्ष के ऊपर, हैं? कभी केंद्र सरकार से भी तो पूछो।
Now, viewers, the exit polls for the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections released on Wednesday point to a sharply divided verdict, with projections suggesting a tight high voltage contest between the two main rivals, the Trinamool Congress led by Mamata Banerjee and the BJP. The poll of polls indicates a marginal edge for the BJP as well. The 2026 election campaign has been shaped by intense political themes, from women voters and Bengali Asmita to the Matua communities' influence and concerns over voter deletions during the SIR process by the Election Commission. The exit poll data further points to shifting social equations in the state, including visible consolidation of Hindu votes in several regions and higher voter turnout, both of which appear to be reshaping Bengal's electoral map. More on this report. Let's take a look.
Exit polls for the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections on Wednesday pointed to a sharply divided verdict, with most projections giving BJP an edge. A neck-and-neck fight between the two main contenders, BJP and TMC, are also being projected. 145 seats each for the BJP and the TMC in the 294-member assembly, with others expected to win around 4 seats. The 2026 contest has been shaped by a high-voltage fight between the Trinamool Congress, led by Mamata Banerjee, and the BJP.
According to Metrise, this is getting very exciting. Remember, P. Mark just said the BJP is going to have a huge win in Bengal, right? Metrise is saying, lo and behold, Metrise is saying the BJP is going to win Bengal as well. But they're saying the margin is not that big. They say it's between 146 to 161, giving a mean of about 153, but still sufficiently above the halfway mark. Yeah, right, Abhishek? Right,
48 is the half.
Right, and the Trinamool Congress between 124 to 140, giving an interesting fight, but about 15 seats away from the halfway mark. Okay, the problem here is that the TMC's vote share is only about 40.8% this time. And if I see the breakup in different areas, North Bengal is a complete sweep by the BJP. South Bengal is where the Trinamool has a marginal, lead, right? The Rar region, Purulia, Bakura, all these places are going much more substantially. It's a 50-50 kind of situation here. One thing is very clear, when I see the gender vote breakup out here, I see the female voters are still with the Trinamool Congress. The male voters are with the BJP. But the big headline out here is that the BJP is winning Bengal in both the surveys that we've got so far.
Campaign themes revolved around women voters, Bengali Asmita, the Matua vote, and large-scale voters' deletions during SIR of the Election Commission. The BJP is on course to double its tally, crossing the 150 mark. The TMC could be staring at a vote share drop of nearly 8%. The BJP may just cross the majority mark. A narrow but crucial 2 to 4% vote share lead could tilt the scales. The TMC falling short by 15 to 20 seats. In a contest this tight, margins will decide the winner. And if trends hold, the ruling TMC could lose over 1/3 of its seats. Bengal stands at a crossroads. Is this the fall of a stronghold or the ultimate comeback story?
And our viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in at this moment. Supreme Court begins hearing petitions filed by Congress leader Pawan Khera challenging the Guwahati High Court's refusal to grant him the anticipatory bail in the FIR on the complaint of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma's wife. The bench is being led by Justice J.K. Maheshwari, and she will be hearing the case in the Supreme Court. It's a petition that's filed by Pawan Khera challenging Guwahati High Court's order and refusing to grant him the anticipatory bail. And viewers, this is in regards to the case where Congress leader Pawan Khera had in fact alleged Himanta Biswa Sharma's wife of possessing multiple documents, passports, and as they have also been recounted and challenged that it was in fact fake. And now, viewers, I'm now joined by my colleague Sarthak, who has been tracking this story from the ground. Sarthak, first of all, welcome and thank you for joining on this broadcast. And, well, we are getting news that the Supreme Court is beginning the hearing of this particular petition filed by Pawan Khera. What's the latest you're tracking at this moment?
Well, Amrita, today the Supreme Court is hearing to a bail application, anticipatory bail application that was filed before the Supreme Court. The case is listed in the court of J.K. Maheshwari and Justice Atul S. Chandrukar. Well, the arguments are taking place. Arguments are happening between senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is representing Pawan Khera. On the other side is Solicitor General Tushar Mehta. What Singhvi is putting forth before the court that unnecessarily serious allegations are being imposed on Pawan Khera, and his bail has been denied repeatedly. He should have been arrested under Section 339 of BNS. However, he has been arrested under Section 338 of BNS. That makes the entire case very serious. He also claims that Pawan Khera is not at the risk of fleeing away or try to avoid the investigation in any manner whatsoever. Therefore, it's not really necessary for him to be in custody. However, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, arguing on behalf of the Assam government, says that this is not just a case of defamation. There are serious allegations that have been pressed in the FIR by the wife of Himanta Biswa Sharma, that there are sections related to forgery, there is section related to criminal conspiracy. Just to remind the viewers, Pawan Khera had conducted a press conference where he had also displayed some documents alleging that Himanta Biswa Sharma's wife carries passports from different countries. He even displayed those documents. On that ground, Tushar Mehta says that passport happens to be a very serious document, and any sort of forgery with regards to that has to be treated very seriously. Also, to remind the viewers regarding the same, around 40 to 70 police personnel from Assam police has reached to the residence of Pawan Khera to take him into custody, to question him regarding the press conference. However, it was found out that Pawan Khera was not present at his residence. He had fled to Hyderabad. This is also something that has been pointed out by senior advocate Singhvi, that there was no need for them to send 40 to 70 police personnel to arrest one single individual. Pawan Khera, after fleeing to Hyderabad, had filed an anticipatory bail, transit bail application in the Telangana High Court, and Telangana High Court had passed an order in favor of Pawan Khera. He was granted that anticipatory transit bail application, which was challenged by the Assam government in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court had to put a stay on that transit bail application order, saying that this is not the way an anticipatory bail application has to be filed, because Pawan Khera resides in Delhi. The case was, the FIR was filed in Assam. So if he were to file any sort of anticipatory bail application, he should have done that either in Delhi or in Assam. On that ground, the Supreme Court had put a stay on that transit anticipatory bail. Then Pawan Khera reached to the Guwahati High Court. Guwahati High Court denied him that anticipatory bail. So now he has reached to Supreme Court regarding the same anticipatory bail. The arguments are still ongoing. We are constantly following that, and how and what will transpire in the court, this is something that we are constantly tracking. Back to you.
Definitely. Thank you for all of your input, Sarthak, and continue to stay with us with more stories, and we'll get back to you shortly. And now, viewers, let's take a short commercial break, and we'll be back with more stories on the other side as the post-poll violence in West Bengal erupted as RSS workers' home was attacked by TMC workers. Election Commission says 77 cases of EVM tampering have been reported. Repoll likely before May 2.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests
Welcome back, viewers. After the break, and we have a big breaking news coming in at this moment. Salim Dola, the close eye of the underworld gangster Dawood Ibrahim, will now be presented before the Mumbai Sessions Court today. Renowned multinational narcotics producer Salim Dola of the underworld and now has been moved for medical tests, following which he will be produced in court today. When asked if he is scared of anyone or anything, Salim Dola gestured no to the reporters. This is a big update where he will be presented in court today. Now I'm joined by my colleague Revati from the ground, who has been tracking this story from Mumbai. First of all, a very good afternoon to you, Revati. And we are getting news now that Underworld, one of the close-eyed of Dawood Ibrahim and Salim Dola will be presented before court. This is a major story developing as this particular person, Salim Dola, a key person while he was managing a multi-narcotic empire of the underworld and a close eye of Dawood Ibrahim as well. So what's the latest you're tracking for us at this moment, Revati?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that the close aid of Dawood Ibrahim and Underworld Don, Salim Dola, will now be presented before the Mumbai Sessions Court. But there's a technical issue currently which has been presented before the court right now. He was brought here in Mumbai under the transit remand, but there's no remand filed in the court as of now. And the counsel for Salim Dola has said that a fresh remand in the NPDS court shall be filed to get a custody in and from the NPDS court. A fresh remand needs to be filed. So as of now, there's a technical issue, and the judge in the Sessions Court has said that this technical error was solved at the so time has been. The time has been asked by the Mumbai police as well as the NCB officers. So now it will be important to see that what hearing does give either police custody or what custody is given, and whether this word for the scope or no would be moved.
Right, Revati, and what does... Yes, thanks so much for your inputs and for joining us at this hour, Revati, to track the story. We'll get back to you very shortly. Now, viewers, we have another breaking news coming in the Pawan Khera case, as the Congress President Mallikarjun has said that in this latest update, we have Pawan Khera. The court has reserved the order on Pawan Khera. The court was supposed to hear his petition in the Supreme Court today, and we are now getting that the court has reserved this hearing, and we are getting more news of the Pawan Khera case, where the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta has said that Pawan Khera has been absconding from the date of offence, and we are getting more information as he is being represented by Mr. Manu Singhavi, and he also said that a person seeking anticipatory bail is still a free man entitled to the presumption of innocence. We are still getting reports that the Supreme Court has reserved the order on the Pawan Khera bail plea. All right, now we're joined by my colleague Sarthak on the phone line here. Sarthak, you have been tracking this story. Well, the Supreme Court has now reserved the order. The Supreme Court was supposed to, after the hearing has been done, and they have reserved the order for another day. What's the latest? Does this change anything on the Pawan Khera case, Sarthak?
Well, absolutely, Amrita. The Supreme Court has reserved the orders in this particular case. The arguments have concluded. SG Tushar Mehta, who was representing the Assam government in this case, has concluded his argument. On the other end, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who was representing Pawan Khera, has also made his submissions.
The arguments have taken place where Abhishek Manu Singhvi made arguments that it wasn't required for the Assam government, for the Assam police to take Pawan Khera into custody. It wasn't that serious of an offence, where 40 to 70 personnel were not required to be at his residence to take him into custody and question him regarding this case. This is a case of defamation. it's not a very serious offense, and any sort of investigation that is required, it's not important to take him into custody. On the other hand, SG Tushar Mehta had constantly pressed upon the fact that it's not just a case of defamation. Multiple sections of the BNS have been pressed in the FIR by Hemanta Biswa Sarma's wife, sections related to forgery, criminal conspiracy, because Pawan Khera during his press conference had actually displayed a certain set of documents alleging that Hemanta Biswa Sarma's wife had access to some passports of various countries. He had displayed those documents. He also said that some of his associates had managed to get hold of those documents. So in order to investigate who all associates were involved in this case and how was he able to get those documents and how was he able to forge those documents, more importantly, Pawan Khera needs to be in custody. So all of these arguments have taken place in court. Just to remind the viewers, Pawan Khera has been denied bail already by the Guwahati High Court.
Right.
So the orders have been reserved by the Supreme Court so far. We are constantly tracking the case. What will transpire? We are constantly following that. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much for your input, Sarthak, and we'll get back to you for more updates. And now, viewers, let's take a short break and we'll get back to you more stories. So lined up on the other side as Leh gears up to welcome the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, as security arrangements have been intensified across the region ahead of his visit. The Home Minister is scheduled to land in Leh at 12:45 p.m. today.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, viewers, these are the visuals coming in of Home Minister Amit Shah. Amit Shah in Leh today on a 2-day visit, and this trip to pay respects to the holy relics of Lord Buddha on May 1. So quite significant, and meet the local Ladakh administration and ITBP officials. Now, these are the latest visuals coming in from Leh. On your television screens, ladies and gentlemen, now Ladakh-based groups demanding more rights for the Union Territory have sought a meeting with Union Home Minister Amit Shah. All right, we have with us Zeenat for more details on this visit. Zeenat, so this is a breaking news update. Amit Shah has just now landed at Leh Airport. What are the latest details that you are fetching, Zeenat? Over to you.
Yes, Home Minister of the country, Amit Shah, has just landed here at the technical airport in Leh. And I'll ask my Vijay to give you a glimpse of the people on the ground, how people are eagerly waiting to welcome Home Minister Amit Shah. They are dressed in the local attire, singing songs in order to welcome Home Minister Amit Shah. Meanwhile, you are seeing the cavalcade that is moving towards the place where the Home Minister Amit Shah will be staying. So this is the cavalcade of Home Minister Amit Shah, who is on a 2-day tour to Leh. He will be paying his obscene at Buddha's relic, which is at CBIC, CIBC here. And these are the this is the protocol team that is here. You see the visuals of the Home Minister Amit Shah sitting in co-driver's seat. And this is the Home Minister Amit Shah's first visit after the violence that hit Ladakh in September 2025. He's being accompanied by the LG of Ladakh, VK, and Vinay Kumar. And this is a traditional welcome being given by the locals and the Karyakartas of the BJP. So people, the women dressed in Ladakhi attire, holding the bouquets in their hand, and some of them are holding the placards welcoming Home Minister Amit Shah. So this is a traditional welcome, and these kind of scenes that you will see from here to almost to the 4 to 5 kilometers distance to the place where Home Minister will be staying. Ladakh being the high altitude place, so you require to go for acclimatization, and tomorrow morning he will be paying obscene at Buddha's. Most of them, they speak a local language, so there is a language barrier here in. So this is a traditional welcome being, although we are just, this is the vehicle of the Amit Shah, holding hands, greeting the people, as you see. Sir, would you like to speak on? Okay, we're not being allowed to go close to him, but yes, you see the flags of the BJP being held by the Karyakartas, and then the people, the traditional, in the tires, holding the flowers, welcoming Home Minister Amit Shah. So these are the visuals coming in from the technical airport where Amit Shah has just landing. It's a 2-day visit, and the visit coincides when the holy relic of Lord Buddha has arrived just yesterday. Tomorrow there's going to be Buddha Purnima, which Home Minister will be celebrating with the Ladakhis. So it is seen as an auspicious occasion when Home Minister is landing here in Ladakh, and there have been the multiple measures that have been taken by the Ministry of Home Affairs as far as the Ladakh is concerned. Recently there has been an announcement for the creation of 5 districts that adds to the total of 7 in Ladakh now, which is going to help which is going to fulfill the long pending demand of the Ladakhis, particularly the voices coming in from the Zanskar who have been pitching.
Okay.
The people of Zanskar.
Zeenat, if you can share the details of the schedule also, because will this strictly be restricted with this trip to pay the respects to the holy relics of the Lord Buddha? That is on May 1, and also meeting local Ladakh administration and ITBP officials, and what else?
Niranjan, although there not much has been shared as far as the Home Minister's itinerary is concerned, we are picking that he will be visiting this the center where this relic has been kept yesterday for public exposition that is purely visible, but seen the way the Home Ministry has mobilized multiple measures, it seems, and the voices coming from the ground, that the center is trying to break the ice as what there had been in from Ladakh apex body or the Kargil Democratic Alliance, as far as they've been demanding, have been part of the violence. Some 83 people, then the one who got injured or have lifelong disabilities, and the people who got killed. So there have been the demands, but mean the demand that is coming in.
All right, these are the live visuals, and Zenith is reporting from the ground. Visuals coming of Home Minister Amit Shah, who just landed in Leh, and a very grand welcome. He's receiving a very grand welcome. All right, Zenith, I'm being told Zenith is back with me. Zenith, over to you.
The people of Ladakh, as far as the Home Minister introduced, this is one of the significant visits of Home Minister Amit Shah, because Ladakh is also a border state where you have the borders with the China and the Pakistan. So, in a way, Home Minister to take the ground review as far as the developmental projects are concerned. He wants to know about the welfare of people. Then also, Ladakh is also tourist destination. The government of India, through Army, Bureau, and through
Bureau and through the local UT government, they are pushing multiple plans.
The places that were closed earlier have been open for the public. So one of the biggest steps that is government from the Ministry of, as far as Ladakh is concerned,
that announcement of the districts, they are expecting that there will be more breakthrough as far as the demands of this apex body is concerned. And Ministry of Home Affairs for talks with these groups on 22nd of May, because last time the meeting was held on 21st of Feb as far as the high power committee meet is concerned. And Ladakhis, these group members have been demanding that the Home Minister Amit Shah chair the meeting as far as the high power meeting is concerned. Whether that will happen or not, that we'll come to know by today, because as of now, no program has been shared and there has not been any outreach to the local leadership. But seeing the crowd on the ground, the cavalcade that is moving here from the technical airport, and Home Minister will be staying in one of the locations which is just 4 kilometers from the place, and it is a highly fortified place where he will be staying. So we see all the people, the all the officials holding the high ranks accompanying, and this is one of the political tour plus the auspicious occasion for the people of Ladakh, when on the one side we are seeing the center making an outreach, center announcing the confidence building measures, and Home Minister himself on the land of Lamas on the auspicious occasion of Budh Purnima.
Yeah, definitely. And apart from Home Minister Amit Shah, also several other union ministers will also be visiting, I'm being told. Ambassadors, Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, representatives of various Buddhist organizations will be visiting Leh for the event. It's very important because of the religious significance of the relics, Zenith. If you can speak in detail about the significance of the relics and how LG was there to receive the relics at the airport and the sequence of events after that.
See, definitely the union ministers, the people associated with the Buddhist culture, they are all coming here to pay the obscene at Jalvisthal tomorrow. And yesterday it has reached it. If I just recall, when yesterday the aircraft landed at the place, there were little raindrops, which was itself a significance of the gods above showering the blessings on this holy relic. So, in a way, from here it was taken to Jalvisthal, which took almost an hour, because we witnessed the devotional prayers, the chants, people on road. Roads were filled with people. Thousands of people had gathered to just get the glimpse, but then it was taken inside where certain special prayers were also made. But for darshan, for locals, it will be from 2nd of May, and it is going to be here for next 2 weeks. In between it, the relic will also go to Zanskar. As per the locals, this has been there earlier in 1951 also, when the relic was here for exposition, but then because of the underdeveloped place, because of border sensitivity, not many people knew then. But now the Ladakh is highly connected, and the infrastructure development in such a way, even people from the long distances are here to pay obscene, and tomorrow being the Budh Purnima, one of the important occasions. So we will be seeing the huge crowd, and in that crowd, Home Minister will also be paying his respects to the holy relic at the place.
Yeah, very important, Zenith, but also, as you said, and as we have reports that there's no itinerary which has been published, but certain local bodies are expecting that maybe there is a meeting that happens between them and Home Minister Amit Shah. Any hints on that? Any from your sources or something? Can there be meeting? Because most of the reports, the sources, it hints that it will strictly being stay, like it will be limited to the visit to pay respects to the relics only.
See, as far as the officially, yes, there is no vote, but yesterday also there was a backdoor channels that were trying to break the ice with the local leadership, although many of them visited and majority of them did not visit, because as per them, if they want to invite, then they should invite one and all, not one-on-one meeting should be there. There was a meeting at the local hotel, which is known as Hotel Grand Dragon, where the meeting was held around 4, but nothing much has come out as far as the unofficial meeting was there. But now the Home Minister himself is here, so the expectations from the Ladakhi groups, the PEX body, Ladakh body, or this Kargil Democratic Alliance, who have been pitching for multiple demands, be it of the statehood or the 6th schedule of the constitution, as they want to protect their land, the environment, and the jobs, for which they have already presented a draft with the MHA. MHA has to decide as per them, so they are voting. Although they have made it clear that if the demands are not met, these kind of demands are not met, at least the center should provide us an alternative. Until the demands are not met, they will pursue the agenda, the roadmap that they have not disclosed, but they see it as a welcome step coming from the Ministry of Home Affairs, when on the one side we see the holy relic here that has come from National Museum in Delhi to Leh, and in Leh it is going to be for the 2 weeks before it goes back to national capital, and then the Home Minister making the personal appearance on the ground is like that Delhi is trying to approach, because there had been the agitation, there people have been offended as per them on the ground, the kind of violence that the Ladakh witnessed. If you remember the violence that broke in 2025 on 24th September, 4 of the people got killed, multiple injuries, then there were cases, the Sonam Wangchu was arrested under NSA, that NSA got reward after he served, after he was imprisoned for almost 6 months, and now finally we are seeing these bodies are coming out. They expect, because the kind of measures that have been made by the Ministry of Home Affairs in the last 1 week. The first was when they announced there will be a subcommittee meet on May 22nd. Then another announcement was the creation of the 5 districts, for which the Ladakhis have been pressing government for a very long time. So these are the indications, the signs that center is really looking for the welfare of the people, and center is in a way trying to break the ice. But how long the conversation they will be able to continue, whether the demands will be fulfilled, or what will come out from the Amit Shah's visit in Leh, that only the time will tell. But as of now, we see the Ladakh has been decorated from all angles. We see the security alert across the region, and people lined up here to get the glimpse of the Home Minister, because they have hope that this time Home Minister is here, so something big will be announced.
Yeah, they're expecting something big, some big announcement can happen because this is an opportune time. And also, Zenat, the Leh Apex body and Kargil Democratic Alliance also held a meeting on Tuesday to discuss the visit. But yeah, thanks a lot, Zenat. Thanks a lot for the details and updates. Keep tracking the story. We'll come back to you after more details. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Big breaking news development which is coming in from West Bengal, and like always, this time also violence has been reported in West Bengal even after such a huge security deployment. More than 2.4 lakh security personnel which were deployed, the CAPF personnel deployed. Now TMC has allegedly resorted to violence as soon as voting ended in West Bengal. Now RSS workers' house was attacked and vandalized in Behala. Now, TMC workers targeted RSS worker, that is Abhijit Brahma's house. The visuals of Abhijit Brahma on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see. Now, Abhijit Brahma and his brother were attacked and they were beaten very badly. As you can see on the screens how he was beaten. He's bleeding profusely. Now, Abhijit Brahma and his brother were attacked during the incident. Now, however, police later arrested Abhijit Brahma instead of the alleged attackers. So this is the case with what's happening in West Bengal. Even after such a huge security deployment, we also showed you the earlier visuals of the attack that took place in Behala. Now this has been done by the TMC, allegedly by TMC, which resorted to violence as soon as the voting ended in West Bengal, because many polls, many exit polls are favoring the BJP coming to the power, and now you can see the impact of that just after voting ended. This is what you're getting in West Bengal. All right, we have Harsha with more details on this story. Harsha, it's a very big breaking development coming in from Behala, West Bengal. Now, allegedly, these were the TMC workers, TMC cadre who attacked an RSS worker in Behala. What more details do you have? Give us the full detail, the full story behind it.
So Shivam, the full story is that these were the agitated DMC workers who were well aware of the situation. They were well aware that they are going to particularly lose from the seat, and they were very well aware of the people who were working for BJP, majorly the RSS cadre people. They had an eye on Abhijit Verma and his brother Prasenjit Verma since long, and they got this opportunity yesterday after the exit poll results were out, and these were agitated TMC goons and supporters who barged in the house of Abhijit Verma, thrashed him so badly, so brutally. There's a skull injury, there's a chest injury, there's an injury on hand and leg of Abhijit Verma and his brother as well. These are the situations in West Bengal post 29th, at the night of 29th April, when the exit polls were out, and already it is being stated that the BJP will surely come to power looking at the exit polls. And the MC hooligans, resorted to hooliganism. This has been their way earlier also in several elections. Till now, they were not able to do anything because of the heightened security measures adopted by Election Commission, and also the CRPF deployed everywhere. But yesterday, they got this opportunity. They got this chance when police were busy with the returning officer and ADMs, busy with securing the EVM and collecting the EVM from every polling booth, making it reach to the strong room. And that particular time, these particular TMC goons, they got the opportunity, they barged in the house, they thrashed, and now the matter has been registered, FIR has been registered against them. But Shivam, the larger question is that this is TMC. This is the way of TMC.
Now just imagine, Harsha, just imagine if there wasn't such a huge deployment in West Bengal, then what kind of scenario we would have seen otherwise? Now, he just would have, this would have proved to be fatal. In spite of this heavy deployment, people might have got killed. There must have been many casualties happening because bombs were confiscated, weapons were confiscated, a large amount of cash was confiscated by the EC and the security officers, the personnel which were deployed. Just imagine if there wasn't such a huge deployment. That's why the TMC is upset. Is it the case?
The TMC is upset, Shivam, looking at the exit poll. The TMC is upset with the high number of security measures which has been adopted in the state of West Bengal. Shivam, we saw the body language of Mamata Banerjee in the morning in Bhawanipur. We saw that visual, how agitated, how rattled Mamata Banerjee was, just continuously stating that CRPF, the election machinery, they're rigging the polls, they are interfering with the polls. She was so rattled, and the result of this rattling is the evening exit polls, which has added fuel to her anger, and that is what TMC Goons yesterday did by visiting the house of RSS cadre, trashing them. The situation is very grim in state of West Bengal, Shivam. How should I tell you in words? Because I have seen the violence in 2021, 2023. We have witnessed it. We have been the target of violence. And we were ourselves smiling yesterday, reporting from the polling booth, because there was no violence in Diamond Harbour or anywhere, thanks to the security arrangements being done. But in the evening, when everyone's attention was in the strong room, when everyone's, when everyone wanted the measure that the EVM should be stationed in strong room, fairly, so that there's no harm to the EVM. And at that time, TMC Goons got the opportunity. And this is just the trailer, Shivam. I'm again saying this is just a trailer, because TMC will resort to much more violence. The supporters and Goons will resort to much more violence. And the violent situation and untoward incident which will take place here after 4th of poll, if result is not in their favor. We have seen Abhishek Banerjee openly threatening in front of the electors that on 4th May after 12 p.m. we will show exactly what happens in West Bengal. Those were the words, and it is still, it is hard and loud in my ear yet when I heard those speeches of Abhishek Banerjee. So the situation in West Bengal is very grim, and security forces have to be stationed the way they were stationed earlier, so that there's no violence, because this is just one incident. More could
because there was fear of law and order, Harsha, because there was fear of law and order, because they completely understood this time if they do something wrong, there will be a reaction by the security forces who have been deployed in this case. All right, we're getting another big breaking news development. All right, no, it's time to go to a short commercial break. We'll come back and give more details, more latest national and international breaking news developments. Just a short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge.
All right, viewers, coming after a short commercial break, we'll get you the details of the feud inside the Congress party when it comes to Kerala, even after the exit polls have predicted majority for the Congress party. Factional feuds inside the Congress party, even after majority predicted in exit polls. Revolt before result.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Our focus in the next half an hour will be the post-poll violence in West Bengal. A lot of clashes being reported. We'll get to all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The top headlines that we're tracking right now. Post-poll violence in West Bengal, RSS workers home attacked by TMC. Election Commission says 77 cases of EVM tampering have been reported. Repo likely before May 2nd.
2/3 से ज्यादा सीटें आ रही हैं तृणमूल की, आप देख लेना। मतलब मुझे मालूम है ईडी का डर सबको लगा रहता है क्योंकि मोस्टली तो बिजनेस हाउसेस हैं सारे।
TMC confident of win even after exit polls suggest otherwise. I-PAC the I-PAC director Vinesh Chandel has been granted bail. And revolt before result. We see factional feuds inside the Congress party even after majority predicted in exit polls. Viewers, getting you some updates coming in from West Bengal. The cops in West Bengal are confronting TMC workers over alleged fake EVM VVPAT issue. Now, West Bengal police officers have now confronted a TMC worker who was allegedly intimidating voters using these EVM machines. And they say, how dare you provoke voters? You're doing a duplicate. And in fact, you are not even allowed within 100 meters. Who are you? You're trying to hinder a peaceful election. I have the power to arrest you for this. Very big updates coming in here. We see there has been one more spat over a EVM machine there. Bengal cop alleges TMC workers are provoking the voters. In the video, we'll play out for you. We'll show you exactly what is happening. This is a very serious case here because what we see is that the West Bengal police officers confronting a TMC worker who was allegedly intimidating voters using a fake EVM machine.
আমরা সাধারণ জনগণ মানুষকে জমায়েত করছেন, একত্রিত করছেন। আপনি কোন হরিদাস পাল? কোন হরিদাস পাল আপনি? আমরা সাধারণ মানুষ। কোন হরিদাস পাল? আমরা সাধারণ জনগণ। আমরা সাধারণ জনগণ।
তারপরেও আপনি কোনো গ্যাদারিং নেই। আপনার নাম কি? গৌতম নাথ। গৌতম, আর নামটা বলুন। আমার নাম গৌতম নাথ। বলেন গ্যাদারিং নেই। না বলেন বলেন বলেন। আমার নাম গৌতম নাথ। কোনো গ্যাদারিং নেই। কালকে এই ভদ্রলোককে আমি একবার ওয়ার্নিং দিয়েছি, ওনাকে বলেছি উনি নিজের পদের বিকাশ মানে কি সব কোথায় আছেন আতিপাতি কমিটি কোনো চেয়ারম্যান, ওনার আজকে এখান থেকে ওনার পজিশন থেকে আমি এইটা পেলাম। এই জিনিসগুলো আপনার 100 মিটারের বাইরে, 100 মিটারের বাইরে ভেতরে কোনো ব্যাপার নয়। 100 মিটার বাইরে ভেতরে কোনো গ্যাদারিং নেই। 100 মিটারের ভিতরে কোনো গ্যাদারিং পাননি, আমার প্রচারের জন্য কোনো ম্যান পাননি, তারপরেও আমার জিনিস সার্চ করছেন, এটা বেআইনি। এই কিউআরটিকে রাখো তো, এটাকে মালটাকে তুলে দিন। কোথায় তুলে দেবেন? আচ্ছা আমাদের ভাষায় আমরা কথা বলছি, আপনার কি আছে? আমাদের রেকর্ডিং করো তো সব, আপনার সব রেকর্ডিং করো তো, সবাই রেকর্ডিং করো। কোনো ম্যান নেই, কোনো কেউ নেই, তবু ওনার গায়ের জোরে উনি এখানে প্রত্যেকের বাড়ির বউয়েরা এখানে আছে, যারা আছে প্রত্যেকে তার বাড়ির বউয়েরা আছে। রেকর্ডিং করো। এখানে যা আছে সবার ভিতরে প্রত্যেকটা ঘরের বউরা এসে, তারপরও আপনি এখানে যারা আছে প্রত্যেকে তার বাড়ির বউরা আছে, কোনো প্রচার নেই। 16 নম্বর বুথ এখানে যার যার বাড়ির বউরা আছে, তারপরও আপনি নিজের অযথা আইন ভঙ্গ করছেন এবং জোর জুলুম অপমান করছেন। জোর জুলুম অপমান, এখানে ঘর বাড়ি দেখুন, যার যার বাড়ির বউ কোনো গ্যাদারিং হয়নি, কেউ ছিল, উনি এসে অপমান করেছে, সরাসরি অপমান করছে। পুরোপুরি প্রত্যেকে যারা আছে সবাই আছে বাড়ির বউয়েরা। এটা একটা পাড়া, সম্পূর্ণ একটা গ্রাম, গ্রামের মধ্যে এসে সম্পূর্ণ অপমানজনক করছে। অশান্তি পাকা চলে
এখানে যতগুলা লোক আছে একটু সার্চ করলে দেখা যাবে প্রত্যেকের বাড়ির বউ।
কোনো ক্রিটিক্যাল না, কোনো ক্রিটিক্যাল না, উনি প্রতিহিংসা করছেন, উনি অ্যাকচুয়ালি
Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague. We are being joined by Harsha. Harsha, not the first time, of course. Many incidents of post-poll violence coming out from West Bengal. What we saw is just one more example of the chaos which has erupted just the next day. What are we learning of now? Harsha.
So, Shivangi, the visuals just now, which we had put it on our screen, was of the Krishnagarh Nadia area. There, the visual of the cop who is confronting the husband of the TMC Panchayat member, Gauri Nath. He's Gautam Nath. The video which the police officials have made, this Gautam Nath. Imagine he was polling, he was campaigning on the polling day. He was carrying the fake EVM VVPAT machine. In fact, he has the documents which were the poll-related documents, the fake documents. He was intimidating the voters. He was pressurizing the voters to vote for TMC, and those were the visuals. And the cops who were there deployed on that particular polling booth in Krishnagarh Nadia area region where the polling happened yesterday. The police officials obstructed him, checked his documents, checked his vehicles, found the false documents, found the fake EVM VVPAT machine, told him he can't be 100 meters around the polling booth. The agents are not allowed, the candidates are not allowed. Just leave from polling booth. He started in an altercation with the police officials, threatened police officers only that he will not leave the polling booth. He is there and he will campaign also. In fact, he was threatening police officers that he will make the video of the police officers. Both sides had made the video, but the case has been registered against this obstructor, against this anti-social element. He is the husband of the TMC Panchayat member, Gauri Nath, and the case has been registered against both husband and wife of the fake EVM VVPAT machine they are using, regarding the forged documents and also the violation of the MCC code of conduct by campaigning on the day of the polling and threatening the voters to poll in favor of TMC. The case has been registered. Police has taken action on the husband and the Panchayat member as well. But Shivangi, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm telling you, so many incidents of the booth rigging, booth capturing, intimidation. We also reported yesterday, no sort of violence, but how they were very smartly trying to rig the polling booth. And if CRPF would not have been present there, and if the police officials were not have been actively alert, then TMC would have rigged the poll, which couldn't happen yesterday largely. And that was the effect, that was the after effects which ignited from the exit polls as well, that in Behala they thrashed, the TMC supporters thrashed RSS cadre who worked for the RSS candidate worked for BJP candidate from Behala and agitated TMC booths and supporters. They attacked the RSS cadre. Abhijit Verma in Behala thrashed him so badly. He has got the skull injury. He is admitted in the hospital. He is critical. So this is right now what is transpiring in the state of West Bengal since after yesterday's polling. And now we are few days away from the counting. And this kind of violence clearly states that how the security measures need to be as stringent as it was during the polling day as well.
Harsha, and looking at the situation that is playing out, very clearly the law and order situation is looking very dicey there, and that's the reason why Election Commission has retained its CAPF companies.
Yes, Shivangi, there will be 700 CAPF companies which will stay deployed in the state of West Bengal. 200 will be securing the strong room and another 500 will be deployed in several places, in several colleges where the voting will take place, where the counting will take place, and also at the several pockets and vantages of West Bengal, from North Bengal to Diamond Harbour to South 24 Pargana. Everywhere the CA company will be deployed on the day of the polling, looking at the vulnerable and sensitive areas so that nowhere the violence breaks out. In case the situation, goes haywire, then the security forces, they have been asked to use lathi charge as well if the mob gathers and tries to create violence and unrest in any of the area. So security personnel have already been briefed about the after poll and the counting day measures they have to adapt, and this has to be done so as there's no violence take place in West Bengal. Back to you.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Harsha. I will be coming back to you for more. Keep us updated on the situation evolving. Viewers, violence and political confrontation has marred the polling in West Bengal. This happened yesterday. The phase 2 of the highest stakes assembly elections ended from booth level clashes to allegations of voter intimidation. Both the BJP and the TMC are trading charges even as voting continues. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has raised questions over the polling process, and while the BJP has alleged targeted attacks on its workers. Here's a ground report from Bengal's tense polling day.
Violence and vandalism have been reported from multiple parts of West Bengal as Phase 2 polling ended on 29th April. Incidents were reported from Chhapra, Shantipur, Nimtala and Bhangar, raising concerns over the security environment. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee visited polling booths in Bhawanipur, where she is locked in a high-profile contest. Mamata alleged that observers from outside are acting under BJP's direction, questioning the fairness of the voting process. She also claimed that party flags were removed and TMC workers were being picked up and restricted. Violent clash broke out between TMC and BJP workers in North 24 Parganas as. On the other side, the BJP has accused TMC-linked miscreants of assaulting a polling agent in Chhapra, Nadia district. The injured agent, identified as Mosharif Mir, was admitted to a hospital after being attacked during the mock poll. BJP leaders allege that a group of 15 to 16 supporters assaulted him, with one person reportedly carrying a gun. The victim claimed that he was hit with a rod and collapsed on the spot, triggering panic at the polling booth. While the BJP has filed a complaint, the TMC has denied all allegations. With major clashes erupted on both sides trading accusations, Phase 2 of Bengal polling has ended under a cloud of violence and controversy.
Getting some breaking news coming in. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has come out with a statement, and he says that the final result will show the truth. So they're basically, the Congress basically playing down the numbers, the exit poll numbers for West Bengal, calling it a close contest. According to the West Bengal exit polls, or based on the information we are getting from there, it is a close contest. TMC has an edge, he alleged. BJP and allies are using pressure tactics, intimidating people and deploying CRPF to take on Mamata's TMC. On Congress, Kharge said that this is the first time we are contesting alone there, and their fight is for the party's interest and its growth. So this is an update coming in here, where we are seeing that Congress President Kharge really downplaying the exit poll numbers.
West Bengal exit polling prakara athwa namma alin mahiti prakara ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹಣಾಹಣಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು TMCಗೆ ಮುನ್ನಡೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎರಡನೇದು BJP ಮತ್ತು ಉಳಿದ ಅವರ ಅಲೈನ್ಸ್ NDA ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಸ್ ಅವರು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಬ್ಬಾಳಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೆದರಿಸಿ CRF ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಮತಾ TMCಗೆ ಟಕ್ಕರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ನಾವು ಅಂತೂ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮದು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸಲ ನಾವು ಒಂಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಹಿತದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಪಕ್ಷದ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೋರಾಟ ಇದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಅಂತೆ ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇದೆ.
ಈ ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಲಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಪೋಲ್ಸ್ ಹಂಗ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಸರ್.
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಅವರು ಕೆಲವು ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನಾವು ಗೆಲ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ. ಈ ಕಡೆ TMCದವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಮಗೆ.
Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. Election Commission says that over 77 cases of EVM tampering have been reported from West Bengal. So repolling is likely before May 2nd. Stay tuned as we keep getting the fastest updates on India's #1 news network, Republic.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also
Welcome back, viewers. Voting in Assam was held in a single phase on April 9th, and early projections now indicate a decisive edge for the BJP-led NDA alliance. According to the poll of polls, the NDA is projected to secure around 92 seats, while the Indie bloc is expected at around 30, with others accounting for a small share. So NDA is projected comfortably ahead, with seat projections ranging from mid-80s to just over 100 in some cases. Take a look.
With polling for the Assam Assembly elections concluded, all eyes are now on the results. The voting was held in a single phase on April 9 and the exit poll projections have been released. The exit poll predictions on Wednesday showed a massive victory for the BJP in the Assam Assembly election. Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma has emerged as an unstoppable. A clear pro-incumbency wave is surging across Assam. The BJP isn't just retaining its vote share, it's converting it into more seats, bigger margins, and a firmer grip on power. Delimitation and SIR has redrawn the battlefield and the BJP plays it to perfection. Hindu consolidation has also helped BJP in Assam.
Metrise is also saying big win for Himanta. They are saying wipe out. Metrise is saying 85 to 95, margin of 90. That means he's going to do even better than last time. This is amazing for a man who had so many odds against him. 40% Muslim vote, a vicious campaign against him, against his family, against his wife, who's not even in politics. This is a big win for Himanta. Going to make him a very strong leader from the Northeast and nationally.
Not just this, these exit poll results shows the Congress is losing ground and risks losing its foothold completely. This is not a close fight, but a one-sided sweep by BJP. The Congress shrinking, struggling, sliding further into the margins. Himanta Biswa Sarma is set for another term as Chief Minister. If these numbers hold, this isn't just a win for BJP, but a political statement in favor of the current governing party.
Taking a short break, viewers. Is the DMK nervous ahead of election results? Well, DMK is holding an emergency meeting. We'll get to all you need to know on the verdict as we count down to result day. Stay tuned. We will get to the latest.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that.
Welcome back, viewers. West Bengal's Phase 2 polling has recorded a robust turnout. 91% across 142 constituencies, signaling high voter engagement in a crucial electoral phase. Now, with closely watched contests involving Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari and tight security overseen by the Election Commission of India, the strong participation is likely to play a very important role in shaping the state's political outcome and future. Take a look.
West Bengal Phase 2 voting has recorded an impressive turnout of over 91%, signaling intense voter engagement across key districts. With polling held across 142 constituencies, this phase is being seen as a crucial battleground that could shape the state's political direction. Districts like Murshidabad, Malda and Birbhum witnessed exceptionally high participation with turnout figures touching 94 to 95%, a record high as compared to the previous turnouts. In Bhawanipur alone, more than 90% of voters cast their vote.
करीब 90% पोल हो गया, ज़्यादा भी हो सकता है। इसमें हिंदू मतदाता पहली बार खुल के वोटिंग किया। हर हिंदू बूथ में 92, 93%, 95% तक ये वोटिंग किया और ये लोग परिवर्तन के पक्ष में वोट किया, ये मेरा उम्मीद है। बीजेपी 267 बूथ में ही एजेंट दिया था, वो एजेंट अभी भी है। ईवीएम सीलिंग, स्ट्रांग रूम तक ईवीएम को ले जाना और 17 से फॉर्म कलेक्ट करके हमारी मुख्यालय में देना, ये सब काम अभी भी कर रहा है।
In southern districts like South 24 Parganas and Nadia, turnout remains strong at around 92%, reflecting voter enthusiasm. Another angle that emerges is the Hindu consolidation projection. Statistics reflect Hindus came out in large number to vote, reflect stronger support for BJP. The massive turnout comes amid heavy deployment by the Election Commission of India, with over 3.5 lakh security personnel ensuring peaceful polling. High-profile contests, including the political face-off between Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari, have further driven voter mobilization.
भाई एग्जिट पोल ठीक है, मैं ग्राउंड का एग्जिट पोल बता रहा हूँ, 180 प्लस बीजेपी, लेकिन जो अच्छा मेजोरिटी से भाजपा सरकार बन रहा है मोदी जी का
नहीं दादा, जिस तरह से पूरा परसेंटेज 90% से ऊपर हुआ है, सेकंड फेज में क्या कहना चाहेंगे? 90%
हिंदू खोल के वोट किया।
Abhishek Banerjee says that it is the TNC that gave voters confidence to vote in the larger numbers, in counter to what BJP statement, which says TMC intimidated Bengal's voters.
वोटर्स के ऊपर लाठी चार्ज किया जा रहा है, तो भय मुक्त इलेक्शन कैसे होगा? तो भय तो आप ही दिखा रहे हो। भाई तृणमूल का बात छोड़ दो, अभी आप ही ने पूछा ना, बाली में जनरल वोटर्स के ऊपर लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, वो तो तृणमूल नहीं है। तो आप चाहते ही नहीं हो, अगर 30 लाख लोगों को आपने वोट देने से रोक दिया है, तो आतंक और भय का परिवेश कौन फैला रहे? इन लोग बोलते कुछ और है, करते कुछ और है। 15 लाख का वादा दिया और 1500 करोड़ का पार्टी ऑफिस अमित शाह के पार्टी ने बनाया। तो अगर भय का बात कर रहे हैं, तो भय ये फैला रहे हैं और भरोसा दीदी और तृणमूल दे रहे हैं कि आप वोट दीजिए, अपना जो अधिकार है उसका प्रयोग करिए और बंगाल को ऐसा बहुमत दीजिए कि बंगालियों के साथ, बंगाल के साथ ना इंसाफी करने से पहले ये लोग 100 बार सोचने पे आने वाले दिन में मजबूर हो।
With such high participation across phases, analysts believe voter turnout could play a decisive role in determining whether the state sees continuity or shift in power.
All right, taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. Is the DMK nervous before results? Well, the DMK is having an emergency meeting. We'll get to all those details as we count down to May 4th. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Datmet, and the top focus in this bulletin will be the post-poll violence which happened in West Bengal, where an RSS worker was allegedly attacked by TMC workers and his house was also vandalized. We'll get you all the latest updates on this story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Post-poll violence reported in West Bengal. TMC workers attack RSS worker, vandalizes home, and Bengal police arrests RSS worker instead of the TMC cadres.
ভিভিপ্যাট এখানে কাগজ নিয়ে এখানে মানুষকে শো করছেন এই তো আপনার গাড়িতে আমি সিজ করেছি আপনি ডুপ্লিকেট ভিভিপ্যাট এবং ভোটিং মেশিন এখানে মানুষকে প্রভোগ করছেন 100 মিটার 200 মিটারে বা আপনি সাধারণ নির্বাচনে যদি বাধা দান করেন
And no more fear. Bengal cop confronts TMC worker in Bengal. Video shows police confronting TMC worker intimidating voters. Election Commission says 77 cases of EVM tampering have been reported. Repolling likely before May 2nd.
इससे ज़्यादा सीटें आ रही हैं तृणमूल की, आप देख लेना। मतलब मुझे मालूम है ईडी का डर सबको लगा रहता है क्योंकि मोस्टली तो बिजनेस हाउसेस हैं सारे।
TMC confident of win even after exit polls suggest otherwise. In conversation with the Republic, TMC MP Kirti Azad targets Home Minister Amit Shah. Factional feud grows in Kerala Congress despite exit poll majority. Following exit polls predictions, yesterday emergency meets called in Tamil Nadu. MK Stalin calls for an emergency meeting with senior leaders after TVK chief is holding meeting with his candidates and cadre. All right, viewers, now let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development which is coming in from Tamil Nadu, and it's not just TVK which is planning for meetings, it's also the DMK. Big breaking news development coming here. DMK ministers, constituency in charges, and all 234 DMK candidates who contested the assembly elections have camped at DMK headquarters in Chennai. Now, following the release of post-election exit polls yesterday, the CM has called for an emergency meeting with senior leaders. Now, this comes after TVK held a meeting with its candidates and cadre yesterday. A big development here. Stalin and Vijay go into huddle with respective parties. Now, Stalin goes into huddle with DMK leadership. So they are planning, they're deciding what to do. DMK ministers, constituency in charges, all 234 DMK candidates who took part in the elections, who contested the assembly elections, have camped at DMK headquarters in Chennai. Now, following the release of the post-election exit polls yesterday, the CM has called for an emergency meeting with senior leaders. Now, this comes after TVK held a meeting with its candidates and cadre yesterday. The numbers are on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. The exit poll prediction, the poll of polls which was done by Republic, DMK plus 120, AIADMK 78, but also a very crucial role will be of the TVK, who might become a kingmaker this time. Also, we'll have to wait for the final results. Also, the live coverage of which will be done on Republic from morning. Now, these are the numbers, and now there are meetings which are happening, and they're planning for meetings. Now, DMK ministers, constituency in charges, and all 234 candidates of DMK who were contested the assembly elections have camped in DMK headquarters in Chennai. Now, following the release of post-election exit polls, and this meeting is happening post-election exit polls yesterday, the CM has called for this emergency meeting with senior leaders. All right, so there is going to be an emergency meeting with senior leaders. I have Sharda with me for more details on the story. Sharda, what is the latest you are fetching? It's not just the TVK who's doing meetings and planning for the results which are coming on 4th May. It's also the DMK after the exit poll predictions. Now, what's the latest on that, Sharda? Over to you.
Well, today TVK has called for a meeting with all the 234 candidates in the TVK headquarters in ECR in Chennai. At the same time, its DMK has also convened for an emergency meeting with the senior DMK leaders, the DMK ministers, and the candidates of the DMK party have also arrived at the DMK headquarters. That was an emergency meeting convened by the chief minister of the state to have a talk with all the DMK party cadres as well. This comes after the exit poll numbers was given yesterday. If you remember, of the 10 polls given yesterday, 7 out of 10 said DMK is leading and 1 shows TVK leading and 1 shows TVK as an opposition. However, we have to wait for the results on the May 4th to take the final decision, and this shows that both DMK and the TVK have in straight logheads, and they're also making sure that the party cadres, the party candidates who have fought, all the 234 candidates, know the purpose, what they fought for. Also, the meeting is solely going to be focused on for the DMK whether the party is going to be taking a strong hold in the state if they are winning the elections. In the same way, in the TVK, there was also a question when Vijay had called for the meeting that if all the 234 candidates to make sure that they continue to stay in the party and that even if there's a hung assembly, the party continues to stay together. However, today after the exit poll results yesterday evening, it's likely that the party is planning on what the future would be if the party does get a majority, or if thus the party becomes the opposition after the results are out. What would the planning be is what going to be discussed today by the TVK leader Vijay.
Yeah, definitely. So now, because it's a debut for the TVK. Earlier there were questions, there were speculations whether the TVK will be playing an important role. But post the exit polls, are you looking at TVK becoming a kingmaker this time after the number of seats which have been predicted for the TVK? Is there some discussion or planning happening on that front, looking at the numbers which have been predicted for a newcomer like TVK, for Vijay?
Very true, very apt to say is it is a three-corner fight for the state of Tamil Nadu between DMK, the AIADMK and the TVK, as you mentioned. The very first time the party made its debut this elections, particularly just going against the DMK and the AIADMK in a single fight without having any alliance with any other party, fighting in all 233 constituencies, all their own, except for the Edappadi constituency where the candidate list was rejected. All 233 TVK fought alone to show that they have at least, according to the exit poll numbers, they at least have 30% to 35% of votes that coming towards the TVK for a first-time party, which is a very, very huge number. However, the question that needs to be answered if TVK will be the kingmaker, will be bringing change to the history of politics in Tamil Nadu is still a question that remains to be answered on the May 4th, because Tamil Nadu is a state which has been with the traditional politics, with the regional politics, the identity played by the Dravidian parties, which is the DMK and the ADMK. So if it is TVK going to be taking over that, this particular elections is something that can be answered only on the May 4th, while it is also the history being remade in the state of Tamil Nadu after 1977, when MGR, who left the DMK and formed the ADMK government.
Yeah, but we'll have to wait and watch for the results which are coming. This is polls of polls, the biggest of the exit polls conducted by Republic Media Network. Thanks a lot for the details on this story. All right, now let's move on to another big breaking news development which we are getting from West Bengal, and this is about a cop who was confronting a TMC worker. Big breaking news development. Bengal cop confronts TMC worker over alleged fake EVM and VVPAT. Now, West Bengal police officer confronted a TMC worker who was allegedly intimidating voters using a fake EVM and VVPAT machine. Now, he said them, and I quote, "How dare you provoke voters? You're providing a duplicate VVPAT. You aren't even allowed within 100 meters. Now, that's the rules. Now, who are you? You're trying to hinder a peaceful election. I have the power to arrest you for this." Now, this is coming from West Bengal, and while the TMC is in power, this is a brave Bengal police officer, a brave Bengal cop who confronts the worker of the ruling party, that is a TMC worker, over alleged fake EVM and VVPAT. This is a West Bengal police officer, a brave police officer, I would like to say, who confronted a TMC worker who was allegedly intimidating voters using a fake EVM VVPAT machine. All right, and he said, "How dare you provoke voters? You're providing a duplicate VVPAT. You aren't even allowed within 100 meters. Who are you? You're trying to hinder a peaceful election. I have the power to arrest you for this." Let's listen in. Let's watch that entire confrontation.
আমরা সাধারণ মানুষ, আমরা সাধারণ জনগণ, আমরা সাধারণ জনগণ।
আপনি কোন হরিদাস পাল? কোন হরিদাস পাল আপনি?
আমরা সাধারণ মানুষ,
কোন হরিদাস পাল?
আমরা সাধারণ জনগণ, আমরা সাধারণ জনগণ।
All right, now this is the police officer who is asking, "Who are you? Who do you think you are?" Exact verbatim, like, "Who are you? Who do you think you are?" And you're providing duplicate VVPAT, and you aren't even allowed within 100 meters. Who are you? You're trying to hinder a peaceful election. I have the power to arrest you. And then the TMC worker cows down and he goes on to say that I'm a common citizen, though he was trying to intimidate the voters. And as per the police, the West Bengal police officer confronted the TMC worker who was allegedly intimidated voters using a fake EVM VVPAT. All right, now with counting scheduled for May 4, now West Bengal, the largest of the 5 poll-bound states and the only one that hasn't finished voting, is garnering a lot of interest. Now, even before that, attention has turned to exit polls, which in accordance with Election Commission regulations will start to come in on April 29 and after 6:30 p.m. Now, voting is currently taking place, which took place in 142 constituencies in Phase 2, the final and decisive round, following a record turnout of almost 93% in Phase 1. Now, the stage is crucial to determine the outcome because it deals with the remaining 294 assembly members. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party is actively working to increase its presence in the majority of the constituency in this phase, which is thought to be the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's strongholds. Now, in Bhawanipur, Mamata Banerjee's stronghold, she comes up against a formidable opponent in BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari in one of the most anticipated elections. Watch this.
On a day when we put out the exit polls, what are the exit polls saying? First, Bengal. Even conservative estimates, and I call these conservative estimates, say that the BJP is going to go double of 2021. It will form the government with 150 plus seats. It's going to be a BJP government in Bengal. Mamata is going to lose almost 8% of the vote share, almost 8%. And in the absence of fear, the fearless voter has gone out and voted. Nobody's scared of Bhaipo anymore. Abhishek Banerjee is going around talking like an absolute goon. He talks like a goon. And ladies and gentlemen, the fearless voter is the kingmaker. They're not afraid. They're not revealing everything. In fact, one of the pollsters is not revealing the eventual result. But I think I can safely tell you, I think the numbers will be higher than what the exit polls are showing. SIR and anti-incumbency have hit Mamata very badly. Very badly. She's very unpopular. And there is huge voter consolidation in terms of Hindus. Hindus have come together and they've said there's no point being afraid anymore. All these years of left, then Trinamool rule, aimed at basically pushing down the voice of the Hindu voter in Bengal. A Hindu voter has said, enough, we are fearless, we will vote, we will determine our own future. Tamil Nadu. NDA may not have done enough to unseat Stalin, but one poll says, Axis says, that the popular Vijay of TVK may get over 90 seats. So he holds the key to who forms the government in Tamil Nadu. The polls are giving varying numbers. Two say the DMK is ahead, one says the ADMK is ahead, and one says the DMK and ADMK are not the two parties in the fight, it's Vijay. So Vijay holds the key to who forms the government in Tamil Nadu. It's up in the air. There's a possibility of a Vijay sweep if his vote share crosses 35%. In fact, several BJP leaders also say we are watching out for Vijay. Now, Assam. Himanta appears to be a superstar. He's emerging even stronger. Maybe it's a function of pro-incumbency for him. Maybe it's a function of delimitation. Maybe it's a function of his personal appeal or the alliances he's formed, or the lack of popularity of Gaurav Gogoi, who's just not connected with the people of Assam. Himanta maintains his vote share, but he improves the seat share. So he becomes stronger politically and will become a very big player if he manages a third victory in Assam. Ladies and gentlemen, SIR and delimitation have had a big impact, but I would again say that there is huge, solid, strong Hindu vote consolidation in Assam, because as per the PMARC poll, if you look at it in detail, in the areas of lower Assam, including if you look at the whole belt, Dhubri, Borpeta, places where Muslim vote is very strong, even there, the BJP overall is much ahead in lower Assam, which means Hindu vote consolidation is a reality. Kerala, UDF is ahead, but marginally, which is bad news for Congress party. They should have swept it. If you look at the polls, it's still close to hung. So the Congress has not done enough in Kerala. So overall, I don't want to emphasize it because the Gandhi Vadras don't deserve a mention here, but as usual, they have done what they can, bring the party down even further. These are my 15, 16 odd points at the start. But what's the big headline? The big headline is the BJP is winning Bengal in a big way. Mamata Banerjee has completely and totally gone into panic mode. Panic mode.
तो हम सहायता कैसे बोलेंगे जो पुलिस सहायता कर रही है?
कितने लोगों को पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया है? आपके पक्ष के लोगों को लिया है? प्रसन्नजीत, अभिजीत कहाँ हैं, कैसे हैं?
अभी तो प्रसन्नजीत, अभिजीत और 2 लोग 5 लोग टोटल कुल मिला के अभी थाना में है। 5 है ना 5 लोग अभी थाना में। इन लोगों को लॉकअप में रख दिया। इन लोगों का
मतलब देखिए, ये कह रहे हैं कि एक तो मारपीट उनकी तरफ से की गई, परिवार का ये कहना है कि उल्टा चोर कोतवाल को डांटे, तो यहाँ पे वही हो गया है।
वही चीज हो गया। और सुबह जब हम लोगों के पास खबर आया यहाँ से, जब प्रसन्नजीत और अभिजीत का जो सर फटा मतलब खून निकल रहा है, उन लोगों को वीडियो करके हम लोगों के पास भेजा। जब हमको पता चला, हम भी सब लोगों को बताया जी इसको क्या हो गया, ये खबर लीजिए। जो आसपास में था उन लोगों को भेजा, उन लोग भी खबर लिया, ट्रीटमेंट के लिए भेजा, FIR करेगा, ये सब व्यवस्था कर रहा है। उसके बाद माता जी तो जानता ही है। उसके बाद तो पुलिस ने तो क्या FIR तो दर्ज नहीं किया, उन लोगों को अरेस्ट किया।
अभी बाहर आपके घर के मुझे 2 पुलिस वाले भी नजर आ रहे हैं, कोलकाता पुलिस की एक गाड़ी भी नजर आ रही है। सवाल यही है कि जब मदद मांगने गए तो मदद नहीं मिली, उल्टा उन्हें थाने में बंद कर दिया है। तो अब पुलिस बाहर आई है, पुलिस ने क्या संपर्क करने की कोशिश की, परिवार से कुछ कह रही है?
अभी तो फिलहाल नहीं किया है, लेकिन यहाँ पोस्टिंग दे दिया है जब झमेला ज़्यादा ना हो जाए।
मतलब आरएसएस के क्या कार्यकर्ता है वो आरएसएस से जुड़े हुए थे संगठन से, इसलिए भी उनको टारगेट किया गया।
हाँ, वो तो हमेशा ही होते आ रहा है। और हम लोग यहाँ पे 30-40 साल से आरएसएस कर रहे हैं, और भी हम लोगों का जो बड़ा है 50 साल 60 साल से जो लोग यहाँ पे आरएसएस कर रहे हैं, तब तो आरएसएस का इतना संख्या नहीं था। उन लोगों के ऊपर कितना टॉर्चर होता था हमको तो पता है, सीपीएम आमूल में और टीएमसी में, और उससे आगे भी जो था पार्टी लोग कैसा व्यवहार करता था वो तो हम लोगों को पता था। पॉलिटिकल मतलब गेम खेलता था, अपना आपस में घर में लड़ाई करवा के बोलता था ये अपना फैमिली का मैटर है, फैमिली का ही प्रॉब्लम है। वो ऐसे करके संघ का कार्यकर्ता को तोड़ा गया था। इसीलिए हम लोगों का कलकत्ता में पश्चिम बंगाल में ना संघ का,
और देखिए संघ से दोनों भाई जो है संघ से जुड़े हुए थे, और भी लोग वहाँ पे 5 लोगों को हिरासत में पुलिस ने लिया है। सवाल यही है, और ये भी यही कह रहा है, पीड़ित पक्ष ये कह रहा है कि चूंकि वो संघ से जुड़े हुए थे तो ऐसे में उनको और ज्यादा टारगेट इसलिए भी किया गया है, और लाठी डंडे लेकर के आए, बेरहमी से पिटाई की गई है।
संघ का काम ना बढ़े, संघ कोई काम ना कर पाए, इसीलिए ये सब पॉलिसी करके ही इसको मारा पीटा गया है। ये अभी जो है हम
और अब चलिए हम
exclusive conversation with the RSS workers family on your screen, ladies and gentlemen.
पुलिस भी तो उन लोगों का साथ दे रही ना, सबको नहीं बोलेंगे कुछ, मतलब ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उसका नीचे में जो लोग है शायद उन लोग ये भी करना नहीं चाहता है, मजबूरन कर रहे हैं। उन लोगों का ऊपर में जो लोग पुलिस लोग बैठा है उन लोगों का वजह से ही कर रहे हैं मजबूरन। कुछ पुलिस लोग बहुत अच्छा है।
आप लोगों ने क्या संपर्क, जो 5 लोगों को पुलिस ने हिरासत में लिया है, अभिजीत प्रसन्नजीत भी है उनमें, तो क्या उन लोगों से आप लोगों की बातचीत हो पाई है, कोई संपर्क हो पाया, क्या कह रहे हैं पुलिस?
हम लोगों का संगठन का जो ज़्यादातर जो आदमी लोग है सब अलग अलग बांट के जिम्मेदारी में लिया गया। हम लोग इधर है, वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है अभी हमसे बात नहीं हुआ।
दी गई है कि पुलिस वाला वहाँ
अलग अलग कोई देख रहा है, पुलिस के साथ बातचीत करेगा, कोई हम लोग फैमिली का साथ रहेगा, कोई जो है कोर्ट में जो मूवमेंट करना चाहिए वो उसमें मूवमेंट भी करेगा। वैसे करके सब अलग अलग जिम्मेदारी में लगे हुए हैं।
ज़्यादा चोट आई है? ज़्यादा चोट कहाँ
आई है? सर पे ही चोट आई है, हाथ में भी है, इसमें ये हाथ में भी चोट आई है।
देखिए टीएमसी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में जो गुंडे तैनात हैं उनकी गुंडागर्दी साफ तौर पर देखी जा रही है। परिवार का यही आरोप है कि पुलिस ने भी सहायता नहीं की, और वही बल्कि वो आरएसएस से जुड़े हुए थे, इसलिए उनको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा टारगेट किया गया है।
Visuals of the RSS worker who was brutally attacked. He was bleeding profusely. There was swelling in his hand, which was also visible while he was taken. Now, as per the family members, 5 of them have been taken to the police station. Now, this is the scene. This happened post the second phase of voting in West Bengal. Visuals from Behela, where the house of an RSS worker was vandalized, and the RSS worker was brutally beaten by the TMC workers. And now this was an exclusive conversation with the family members who were saying that they don't want RSS to do their work, and they don't want the RSS to flourish, and they are afraid of the RSS, and that's why they are attacking there's a selective attack against RSS worker. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, these are the visuals after the attack when he was taken to the police station. Now, ironically, the police has taken the RSS worker and his brother. This is Abhijit Brahma, who was brutally beaten, and his brother. They were taken to the police station. Police arrested Abhijit Brahma instead of alleged attackers. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next after a short commercial break, in a recent exclusive interaction with Kirti Azad, the claims were made that the BJP's assembly performance is lagging despite its Lok Sabha standing, with projections favouring a 2/3 majority for the TMC in West Bengal. Now, the source further suggested Mamata Banerjee's popularity exceeds that of the leadership. Now let's watch this.
दो तिहाई से ज़्यादा सीटें आ रही हैं तृणमूल की, आप देख लेना और आपको अपने आप पता लग जाएगा। ये जो है ना, मतलब मुझे मालूम है ईडी का डर सबको लगा रहता है क्योंकि मोस्टली तो बिजनेस हाउसेज हैं सारे, तो एक्चुअल फैक्ट बताना चाहिए, सही तरह से बताना चाहिए। ये पोलस्टर्स की भी क्रेडिबिलिटी तो रहने गई, विश्वसनीयता कहाँ गई?
कई बार एग्जिट पोल बहुत बुरी तरह से हमने देखा है कि धरातल पर भी गिरे हैं, लेकिन क्या वजह आपको लगती है कि टीएमसी को जनता फिर से चुनेगी? क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार 2011 के बाद से ज्यादा सीटें टीएमसी को मिलती रही हैं, तो आपको लगता है कि पिछली बार का भी रिकॉर्ड इस बार टूटेगा?
बिल्कुल टूटेगा, आराम से टूटेगा। और इसलिए टूटेगा क्योंकि 12 सालों से मोदी जी ने तो जुमले दिए हैं। 2 करोड़ नौकरी से शुरू किया था, 15-15 लाख हर अकाउंट में कहे थे, काला धन लाने वाले थे, पेट्रोल डीजल के दाम करने वाले थे, कम करने वाले थे, सिलेंडर के दाम कम होने वाले थे, 2022 तक सब गरीब को छत मिलने वाला था, पक्का घर होने वाले थे, स्मार्ट सिटीज़ बनने वाली थी, नोटबंदी से काला धन खत्म होने वाला था, टेररिज्म सब ऊपर हो जाने वाला था। हुआ तो कुछ नहीं। क्या देखते हैं आप? मोदी जी जाते हैं, फर्स्ट क्लास 20 लाख का कैमरा लेते हैं, हुगली पे फ़ोटो खींचते हैं। एक बार ज़रा जमुना में भी तो जाएं जहां सरकार है इनकी, 6 महीने में ठीक करने वाले थे मोदी जी। रेखा गुप्ता जी हैं यहाँ पे। ये AQI क्या होता है, AIQ क्या होता है, इनको मालूम ही नहीं है।
गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने काफ़ी प्रचार किया, काफ़ी लंबे समय तक पश्चिम बंगाल में ही रहे, बीते 10 दिन से पश्चिम बंगाल में थे। उन्होंने बार बार एक नारा दिया कि पश्चिम बंगाल में भय है, भय खत्म होगा, भरोसे की सरकार बीजेपी देगी। आपको लगता है कि वो भय पश्चिम बंगाल में है लोगों के मन में?
एक तो इनकी भाषा 2 नंबरी उठाई गिरे की है। जो बोले ए ममता, बंगाल के गुंडों में उल्टा करके सीधा कर दूंगा, ये भाषा क्या गृह मंत्री की है? दूसरा, गृह मंत्री को कहीं काम तो दूसरा है नहीं। वो क्या होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ बंगाल है या होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया है? घुसपैठिए जो घुसते हैं वो बंगाल से घुसते हैं, आसाम से घुसते हैं, मिजोरम से घुसते हैं, पाकिस्तान से आ जाते हैं, अटैक कर देते हैं, भाई सारण में 26 लोग को मार के चले जाते हैं और ये यहाँ घूमते रहते हैं। ये तो इनकी विश्वसनीयता है। तो इसकी क्या बात करते हो? अमित शाह की क्या बात करते हो? और जिस प्रकार की भाषा इस्तेमाल की है, बंगाल के लोग भद्र मानुष हैं और ममता दीदी बहुत पॉपुलर है। ममता दीदी इन दोनों से देश में सबसे ज़्यादा पॉपुलर है। इनको तो चढ़ाया आप लोगों ने। अन्यथा तो कभी इनके काम के बारे में भी चर्चा करो। आप चढ़ते हो विपक्ष के ऊपर, हैं? कभी केंद्र सरकार से भी तो पूछो।
It's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up after a short commercial break. Coming up after the break, DMK nervous before poll results? DMK calls for emergency meeting. Coming up next, more details on that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. it can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eye.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Post-poll violence in West Bengal. TMC workers attack RSS worker, vandalize his home, and the Bengal police arrest RSS worker instead of the TMC.
কাগজ নিয়ে এখানে মানুষকে শো করছেন এই তো আপনার গাড়িতে আমি সিজ করেছি আপনি ডুপ্লিকেট ভিভিপ্যাট এবং ভোটিং মেশিন এখানে মানুষকে প্রভোগ করছেন 100 মিটার 200 মিটারে বা আপনি সাধারণ নির্বাচনে যদি বাধাদান করেন
West Bengal cop confronts TMC worker in Bengal. Video show police confronting TMC worker, intimidating the voters. Election Commission says 77 cases of EVM tampering have been reported, repolling likely before May 2nd.
तृणमूल की आप देख लेना मतलब मुझे मालूम है ईडी का डर सबको लगा रहता है क्योंकि मोस्टली तो बिजनेस हाउसेस हैं सारे
TMC confident of win even after the exit polls suggest otherwise. In conversation with Republic, TMC MP Kirti Azad targets Home Minister Amit Shah. Factional feud grows in Kerala Congress despite exit poll majority. Following exit polls predictions yesterday, emergency meets called in Tamil Nadu. MK Stalin calls for an emergency meeting with senior leaders after TVK chief is holding meetings. Let's go straight across to the latest development coming in. And now the Central Election Commission has officially granted the name TRS Telangana Rakshana Sena to K. Kavita. The CEC has approved the TRS party. The approval has been officially confirmed by the CEC on the 25th of this month. K. Kavita announced TRS party name and now she, remember, had launched her own political party. And the latest coming in is that the new party will be named Telangana Rakshana. So that is the latest update coming in on Republic TV, and that party has got the CEC approval. So the announcement of her new party was made a short while back, marking Kavita's formal entry into the independent political path, which is very different from the BRS, the party which is led by her father. The move is being seen as both symbolic and strategic, with a lot of implications when it comes to the politics in Telangana. So big move coming in there. The Central Election Commission officially allots the name TRS to K. Kavita. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague Ashwarya is joining us live. Ashwarya, we know that Kavita was charting her own independent political path away from BRS, and the CEC has given the green signal for her party name.
Absolutely. While on 25th, when Kalvakunta Kavita officially announced her own political independent party, she named her party TRS, that was Telangana Rashtra, which was just a one-word difference from her original, her father's party, which was Telangana Rashtra Samiti, until it changed to BRS earlier, recently. So she also went on to the same lines where she named her party Telangana Rashtra Sena, with only S changing from the previous party and to her independent party as well. However, there were implications towards it where there were BRS people or the Congress people both are saying that this might not be approved by the Election Commission, as the party sounds names very similar with the already existing party, and that is the reason there might be a little confusion. But what we learned from here, from Kavita, is that she has sent almost 5 names to the Election Commission, out of which they have approved one particular name, that is Telangana Rakshana Sena, where now R has also been changed from Telangana Rashtra Sena to Telangana Rakshana Sena. This particular name has been approved by the Election Commission for her independent political party. Kalvakuntla Kavita, on this, she expressed huge happiness as the abbreviation for her party comes to TRS, which she says that she only associates with because of the Telangana movement that she was part of, because of her nostalgia, her connection with the party, as well as her connection with the Telangana resonates with this particular name, and that is the reason she feels elated that this particular party name has been approved by the Election Commission officially, and now she will make sure that the regional party, that the flavor of the regional party, the flavor of the Telangana movement, and the flavor that the Telangana, the previous TRS had created, she would try to recreate the same particular movement from this new independent party that she has been created in the Telangana, and she will fill the vacuum of the regional party that is lacking in the particular state, is what Kalvakuntla has officially said.
Well, thank you for joining us there, Shreya, with all those details. I will be coming back to you for more. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go ahead. In fact, we're getting a story here that DMK ministers, constituency in charge, and all the DMK candidates who contested the assembly elections have now camped at the DMK headquarters in Chennai. Now, following the release of polls yesterday, the CM has called for an emergency meeting. We come to know they've called for an emergency meeting with senior leaders, and this comes after TVK held a meeting with its candidates, and that happened yesterday. Okay, so we're getting these updates coming in. Stalin goes into huddle with the DMK leadership. A very important update coming in because the exit polls are showing that that there would be a win for the DMK. According to exit polls, some exit polls show a neck-and-neck fight between DMK and the AIA-DMK-led NDA. But despite that, we are coming to know that there is an emergency meeting which has been called, where we see that this meeting has been called with DMK ministers, all the 234 DMK candidates who contested the assembly elections. All of them have camped at the DMK headquarters in Chennai. And following the release of the post-election exit polls, the CM has called for an emergency meeting with the senior leaders. This comes after the TVK held a meeting with its candidates and cadres yesterday. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, because the exit polls as well, they showed that Vijay's TVK is making significant inroads into Tamil Nadu. So multiple meetings are taking place, viewers. We see TVK's Vijay holding meetings shortly, and Stalin going into a huddle with the DMK leadership post those poll numbers, which we have been tracking very, very closely here. You can also see. Okay, let's go straight across to Sharda, who's joining us. Sharda, I'm coming across to you. And now we see there's a meeting which is taking place. We know the exit poll numbers. Is the DMK nervous about May 4th?
Well, Shubhangi, it's not directly to say that the DMK is scared, because DMK leaders speaking to us yesterday after the exit polls were very confident that they would be coming to power, and also keeping in mind 7 out of the 10 polls showed DMK leading, and one showing TVK leading and one showing AIADMK in the second position, and the TVK giving a tough competition as well. And now, the DMK had its meeting. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had called for an emergency meeting where the ministers, the DMK, all 234 candidates were present there at the moment, who were leading on to what to do after the exit poll results had come. And now TVK leader Vijay will be holding a meeting with all the 234 candidates in the TVK headquarters that we are right now at. As you can see around the visuals that my Vijay Nanda is showing, you can see the cadres waiting outside for the TVK actor turned politician Vijay to start the meeting with the 234 candidates. It's all after the exit polls. The TVK has become very confident that they would be forming the government. So we saw that 20 to 25% of percentage has been given to the TVK by at least 7 exit poll results that came out yesterday. And there's also a question in place whether TVK would get a majority of 51%. According to the party sources, they say that they are very confident that at least 140 seats would be won by TVK all on its own. To remember that the party is standing solo in this time. It's not an alliance with any of the leading parties. So if Vijay's party TVK did get a majority of more than 118 seats, according to the poll, My Access poll that shows TVK leading with 120 seats, it gives them the chance to form the government on their own.
Right. Hold on there. Shadla, coming back to you right now, because of course DMK holding that meeting, but you're at the TVK headquarters as well. So we see that Vijay is holding a meeting with his candidates, and it's been good news for Vijay's TVK, because according to the exit poll numbers, they have gained significant ground, a lot of ground gained by the TVK, and the Vijay making his political debut.
Very true. This is the first time that the TVK party is making its debut in the political arena. As we see, the last 50 years I've mentioned it's DMK versus the AIADMK. This is the first time a three-corner fight is happening with Vijay leading a TVK party, a tertiary party. And how exit polls today show a set of good numbers to the TVK. Even the 7 other polls which showed DMK leading, it showed TVK getting 25% of vote share, at least 20 seats to 25 seats being won by the party TVK alone. So this shows that the TVK did bring a change this time with the election in 2026 that's brought. So it's always the option whether whoever did not want to vote for DMK, and also the first time voters, which constitute up to 15 lakh voters, and also 15% of youngsters voters who have voted for TVK is what the exit polls is pointing out. So whether Vijay would actually be the kingmaker for the 2026 elections, the results we'll know on the May 4th. Meanwhile, we can see that the change that the party, after entering into the political arena, is bringing in the last days, not just the exit poll. Even on the day of the polling, we saw multiple people coming forward and coming in the same attire as actor turned politician Vijay, giving their support to the TVK, showing that a tertiary party is welcome in the state of Tamil Nadu, and it's not just Dravidianism that which has been ruling the state for the last 50 years.
All right, well, thank you, Shadna, for getting us all those details of both the DMK and the TVK in a huddle there, and Shadna getting us all those details from the ground. Okay, viewers, we're getting some more updates coming in. Now, we saw that the Congress President Kharge is downplaying the exit poll numbers. So this is another update coming in with Mallikarjun Kharge saying that it is going to be a very close contest in West Bengal. So Kharge is saying that according to the West Bengal exit polls, or based on the information we're getting from there, it is a close contest, Kharge said, and TMC has an edge. The alleged BJP and allies are using pressure tactics, intimidating the people, and deploying the CRPF to take on Mamta's TMC. On Congress, Kharge said this is the first time that we are contesting alone there, and their fight is for the party's interest and its growth. So we're getting these updates coming in here on Republic TV, where we are learning that Mallikarjun Kharge downplaying those numbers. And we have that statement coming in. Let's play it out.
West Bengal exit polling prakara athwa namma alin mahiti prakara ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹಣಾಹಣಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು TMCಗೆ ಮುನ್ನಡೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎರಡನೇದು BJP ಮತ್ತು ಉಳಿದ ಅವರ ಅಲೈನ್ಸ್ NDA ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಸ್ ಅವರು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಬ್ಬಾಳಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೆದರಿಸಿ CRF ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಮತಾ TMCಗೆ ಟಕ್ಕರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ನಾವು ಅಂತೂ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮದು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸಲ ನಾವು ಒಂಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಹಿತದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಪಕ್ಷದ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೋರಾಟ ಇದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಅಂತೆ ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇದೆ.
ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಲಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಪೋಲ್ಸ್ ಹಂಗ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಸರ್.
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಅವರು ಕೆಲವು ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನಾವು ಗೆಲ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ. ಈ ಕಡೆ TMCದವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಮಗೆ.
We were taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Election Commission is saying that 77 cases of EVM tampering have emerged from West Bengal, so repolling is likely before May 2nd. And a factional feud grows in Kerala Congress despite the exit poll majority. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange
We're getting some breaking news coming in, viewers. Delhi High Court has granted interim relief in favor of actor Karishma Kapoor's children. So this is a big update coming in on Republic TV in terms of that inheritance battle that we've been seeing playing out for months now. So court has restrained late industrialist Sanjay Kapoor's wife Priya Kapoor from dissipating his assets. Big updates coming in here. The court holds that his assets will be preserved till the pendency of the suit filed by Kapoor's children. Delhi High Court grants interim relief to Karishma Kapoor, and there is a relief which has been granted in favor of actor Karishma Kapoor's children. The court has restrained the late industrialist Sanjay Kapoor's wife Priya Kapoor from dissipating his assets. Court is holding that his assets be preserved till pendency of suit filed by Kapoor's children. Okay, let's go straight across to our executive editor, legal editor, Ridham joining us. Ridham, what does this really mean? It's a relief coming in for Karishma Kapoor's children.
All right, so let's tell our viewers big victory, and it's an interim victory, but a big victory for Karishma Kapoor's children and Karishma Kapoor in this battle, 30,000 crore rupee inheritance battle that we saw in the Delhi High Court. Now Karishma Kapoor's children have got relief from the Delhi High Court. What does this mean? This means that Priya Sachdeva has been restrained from dealing with the assets of late Sanjay Kapoor. Justice Jyoti Singh has observed the estate has to be preserved. That means the court has held that the estate of late Sanjay Kapoor must be preserved. The trial will take place now. In the meantime, all the concerns will be addressed. The Delhi High Court has therefore allowed the interim injunction plea by Bollywood actor Karishma Kapoor's two children and restrained their stepmother Priya Sachdeva from dissipating the assets left behind, which means she cannot do anything to the assets, the 30,000 crore rupee assets. Priya Sachdeva will have to now preserve those assets for now. The High Court ruled Karishma Kapoor and Sanjay Kapoor's mother have raised suspicion over the validity and the authenticity of the will by Sanjay, and therefore the onus is now on Priya to clear those suspicions. This is the most important part that has come out today. Remember, it was in December that Justice Jyoti Singh had last heard this case, and then it had been resolved for orders. It had also been mentioned as to when it's coming. Finally, the order is out. The court rules Karishma Kapoor and Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Karishma Kapoor and Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Rani Kapoor, had raised suspicions over the validity and the authenticity of the will that was left by Sanjay. So a lot of things were stated in the court in great detail by Mahesh Jethmalani, senior advocate, who appeared for Karishma Kapoor, and they had said the will was forged, it was bogus, it was not authentic. The court has now added the genuineness of the will is a matter of trial, which means the will and whether it's correct will be seen at trial. In the meantime, this estate needs to be preserved. This is the most important thing coming on the back heels of a Republic exclusive that we did a few days ago, which related to the trust. The trust also had both 10,000 crore rupee trust was also being seen. There was a fight that was going on between Rani and Priya Sachdeva, and the beneficiaries of that trust were also demanding to know what was happening with what was rightfully given, had to be given to them. But this is the big breaking news coming in. The court has now restrained Priya Sachdeva from alienating, transferring, pledging, changing the equity or shareholding of the Indian companies. I would not just say it's interim relief, I would say it's massive victory for Karishma Kapoor's children and her in the Delhi High Court. Justice Singh has said, I have restrained her from withdrawing the Provident Fund amount, something that's consent to. I have also restrained from alienating personal effects, artwork, which also was consented to. She's also said, I have restrained from withdrawing money from 3 bank accounts of the 2 Indian banks, except to the extent of discharging liabilities towards the children under the degree of divorce between the deceased and the mother of the children. The court has also stopped the operation of the foreign bank accounts and the cryptocurrencies that were held by Sanjay Kapoor. It's massive victory. Let me quickly tell our viewers, the Delhi High Court grants relief in favor of actor Karishma Kapoor's children. The High Court has restrained Sanjay Kapoor's wife Priya Kapoor from dissipating his assets. The court holds these assets have to be preserved till the pendency of the suit. It's the biggest thing that could have happened today in their favor. In fact, I also want to go across to my colleague Sarthak, who's joining us from outside the Delhi High Court. Sarthak, what is it that has now been stated by the court? Sarthak? If Sarthak can hear us, Shivangi, and you can ask the question. Yes, go ahead.
Well, the case was listed in the Delhi High Court today for the interim orders, and it's a big victory for Karishma Kapoor's children because the court has passed an order in favor of them. An interim order has been passed by Justice Jyoti Singh where she has restrained Priya Kapoor from alienating the property, from selling the property, or carrying out any such deal with regards to the property, because it's very important to notify to our viewers that there was a dispute in the Kapoor family regarding the validity of the will. And as a matter of fact, a few days ago there was a case pending in the Supreme Court
of Sanjay Kapoor. Court has also found that the suspicious circumstance surrounding the will today prima facie is made out, and unless it is unless the same is dealt with during the trial, the defense put forth by Priya Kapoor is not valid at this stage, and Priya has the obligation to dispel the suspicious circumstances which were cited and which seems reasonable as pleaded by Karishma's children.
Sir, it was also the court's observation in the order that the immovable assets which are not in the country, those have not been dealt with.
So the court has pronounced that there are some assets of Sanjay, including Osborne's house in London. The court has prima facie come to the conclusion that immovable assets may not be within the jurisdiction of the court. We'll see what recourse we take, and we may file appropriate proceedings in India or in UK with regard to those proceedings.
The court has also found out that the three suspicious circumstances, that is unnatural circumstances surrounding the execution of the will per se, and the custody of the will, are all suspicious, and the onus squarely lies on Priya Kapoor to dispel that suspicion from the mind of the court. This will be dealt with in a trial, and the court has specifically said that Priya Kapoor has to now discharge that suspicious circumstances and prove the genuineness and validity of the will. The court will not act on the will propounded by Priya Kapoor in these proceedings.
Sir, एक बार हिंदी में.
So आज
मैं क्वेश्चन पूछ लेता हूँ. सर, आज दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में कोर्ट ने इंटरिम एप्लीकेशन पे ऑर्डर प्रोनाउंस किया है. क्या ऑर्डर प्रोनाउंस किया है?
माननीय उच्च न्यायालय ने आज करिश्मा कपूर के बच्चों द्वारा फाइल की गई याचिका में ये प्राइमा फेसाई माना है कि जो वसीयत प्रिया कपूर ने इस पार्टीशन सूट के डिफेंस में प्रेजेंट किया, कोर्ट में प्रस्तुत किया, वो वसीयत, वो विल के संदिग्ध सर्कमस्टेंसेस से घिरा हुआ है. वो विल कैसे बनाया गया, कब बनाया गया, किसकी कस्टडी में था, और कैसे संजय कपूर अपने खुद के बच्चों और अपने खुद की मां को उस विल से कोई भी से वंचित कर दिया अपने सारे एसेट से. ये सारी जो सर्कमस्टेंसेस है ये संदिग्ध है, और कोर्ट ने बोला कि ये जो ऑब्लिगेशन है, ये जो दायित्व है, क्योंकि प्रिया कपूर ने ये विल अपने डिफेंस में प्रस्तुत किया है पार्टीशन सूट के, तो ये दायित्व प्रिया सचदेव कपूर पे है, जो वो अपने ट्रायल के दौरान उनके पास अपॉर्चुनिटी होगी इन संदिग्ध सर्कमस्टेंसेस को दूर करने की. जब तक ये वो दूर ना कर पाए तब तक कोर्ट ने बोला है कि कोई भी असेट, मूवेबल असेट जो संजय कपूर की है, उनकी कंपनीज की शेयर्स, उनकी 3 कंपनीज, उनका क्रिप्टो वॉलेट, उनके बैंक अकाउंट्स, उनकी पेंटिंग्स, उनकी घड़ियां, कोई भी ऐसा जो संजय कपूर छोड़ के गए थे, इन सभी चीजों में प्रिया कपूर उनका कोई हस्तांतरण नहीं कर सकती, हस्तक्षेप नहीं कर सकती, और उनको जैसे है वैसे ही रखना होगा, जैसे संजय कपूर छोड़ के गए थे वैसे प्रिजर्व।
Dispute between Karishma Kapoor's children and Priya Kapoor, and an interim order restraining Priya Kapoor from alienating the property or selling the property in any manner whatsoever was passed by the order. We have Advocate Ravi with us shedding some light on the case or what all actually happened. So if you could just tell me what all arguments took place in the court and what were the orders precisely passed by the court.
Today, no arguments were advanced. The matter was reserved for judgment on 24th of December, if I'm not wrong. And today the judgment was pronounced on the interim application seeking injunction against Priya from alienating or dealing with any of the assets of Sanjay Kapoor. An application which was made by Karishma's and Sanjay's children. The court has pronounced the order today. The court has today granted us full relief. Insofar it has injuncted Priya Sasdev Kapoor from dealing or alienating any assets left behind by Sanjay Kapoor. The court has found that the suspicious circumstance which has emerged from the will which was set up by Priya Kapoor in her defense to the partition suit are all reasonable and valid, and unless Priya repels those suspicious circumstances surrounding the will, there is a danger that she may alienate or misappropriate the asset of Sanjay Kapoor, which may prejudice the rights of Class 1 heirs, including Karishma's children and Rani Kapoor.
And what all we can expect after this order has been passed? Sir?
See, this is a very hard-earned victory for me, our team and Shantanu. So, obviously, today the judgment is in our favor. It is only expected that the other side may file an appeal against this order, judgment. So, we'll see when they file an appeal, we'll file a reply and contest it. We are very happy with the outcome today. And if the good sense prevails, Priya should listen to the advice of Supreme Court that the mediation, she should come for mediation and settle. It's no point being greedy. They are all successors of Sanjay Kapoor, and every successor deserves a good life from the fortune left behind by Sanjay Kapoor.
So if you don't mind, if you could just put this on, my editor, legal editor would want to speak to you online.
With him?
Yes. Please go ahead.
All right, Ravi, big congratulations to your team for the victory that you've got here. But Ravi, I want to go through the facts that you've also brought out here. Whether it was the will that was forged, it was said several times that this will is forged because the father's signatures don't seem to be accurate. The way he's named his children does not seem to be accurate. If you could throw guidelines on now what's going to be happening for the authenticity of that will, Ravi.
Rhythm, today the court has found that the suspicious circumstances raised and pleaded by us in our petition and rejoinder, they are all reasonable and valid, and unless Priya during the trial repels those suspicious circumstances, there is a threat, there is a likelihood that she may misappropriate or in some way create third-party rights with regard to the estate left behind by Sanjay Kapoor, and therefore the court today has restrained Priya from dealing in any manner with respect to the company's shares, equities, arts, bank accounts, crypto wallets of Sanjay Kapoor.
So, Ravi, the bigger picture here is going to be, therefore, the 30,000 inheritance battle in the Delhi High Court. Right now, all the property is going to be preserved. She cannot do anything to any of the accounts.
The only thing that she can use the account for Sanjay Kapoor is towards the payments which were which was part of settlement, which was to be given to Karishma's children for their study and livelihood.
Okay.
Those payments will be continued to be made by the state from the state of Sanjay. No other payment, no other creation of right, no other alienation can happen with regard to the assets left behind by Sanjay Kapoor.
Ravi, then what is now going to happen? How soon do you think this matter settling? Will it go to? It will go to trial, but how soon can we expect some conclusion?
Rhythm, we want this matter to go to trial. We believe and we have pleaded, there's strong evidence of this will being forged. The court today has prima facie agreed with with the suspicious circumstances which were raised by us. So we want to establish that the will was indeed forged, and if at all the forgery comes out, then Priya will also have to face criminal prosecution for the same.
So, Ravi, some days ago, we had also seen a lot of talks about call data records, and a lot of people on Twitter, they were alleging that possibly Priya Sachdeva was not present when the will was being signed. This is all conjecture, viewers. We can't verify it, but this was there on the social media platform. Has this also been raised before the court?
No, these facts of CDR records and all that, it came after the matter was reserved for arguments. We, in our petition, have filed an application to summon the call CDR records, call data records. That application is being opposed by Priya Sachdeva. The matter is fixed sometime in July. That application to summon the call data records, we have made the application, and the court hopefully will summon the CDRs of Priya Sachdeva and as also of Sanjay Kapoor to see whether on the dates when they claim that the will was executed, whether both of them were present in Gurgaon where they claim the will was executed and signed and executed.
So, Ravi, a final
Priya
question.
in her affidavit has said that on a yeah.
So, Ravi, a final question. A lot of things were said in the courtroom when senior advocate Mahesh Jethmalani was also representing Karishma Kapoor's children. From the other side, we saw senior advocate Rajiv Nair appear for Priya Sachdeva. This was a high-stakes battle. We've seen it was reserved for the last 4 months. There was a lot of, things that were said in the court also, which were very critical, because we also saw the mother of Sanjay Kapoor coming, Rani Kapoor, and she said there was some marital discord. A lot of things were now coming out, and it was an internal family matter that was being thrown in the public. But the key thing now remains that Rani Kapoor is also having another battle with Priya Sachdeva on the trust now.
Absolutely. So Rani Kapoor, so what has happened in last 3 weeks in Rhythm, there have been exchanges where Priya has thrown out Rani Kapoor from the trust, of which Rani Kapoor is the settler and the trustee, and the only permanent trustee. Similarly, what has happened is Rani Kapoor has dismissed Priya from that trust, so there's a huge battle which is going on. We are the beneficiaries. Karishma's children are the beneficiaries of the said trust. The matter has gone to the Supreme Court. It's listed before the bench of this presided by Justice Pardiwala on 7th of May. We'll see. We'll file our reply to that in due course.
All right, Ravi Sharma, lawyer for Karishma Kapoor. This is the day of celebration for all of you. Thank you for being with us. I want to see what happens ahead. Viewers, Republic is going to keep you ahead on all the developments in this case. 30,000 crore inheritance battle right now in the Delhi High Court. Relief coming in for Karishma Kapoor's children. Where is this going to lead next? All those updates later. For now, it's back to the studio. Shivangi, it's back to you.
Thank you, Rhythm, for getting us all those details. We're getting you all these updates coming in. We were speaking to Karishma Kapoor's lawyer, giving us an update as to what is happening in the court. And let's not forget that this inheritance battle has been happening for a while now. New twists and turns coming every few weeks. Now, the Delhi High Court has granted interim relief in favor of actor Karishma Kapoor's children, and the court has restrained Sanjay Kapoor's wife, the late Sanjay Kapoor's wife, from dissipating his assets. All right, getting you some more updates coming in. Let's go ahead. We're getting some pictures where TVK Chief Vijay is leaving for key meet ahead of the result day on May 4th. Now, remember that TVK Vijay is holding a very important meet, and he had called for a meeting to discuss the strategy ahead of that result. So, multiple meetings are taking place. On one hand, we see the DMK is holding meetings. On the other hand, TVK's Vijay has arrived for the key meet with his candidates. The polls, the exit poll numbers show that the TVK is making significant inroads into Tamil Nadu on their debut. Tamil Nadu had recorded a historic voter turnout of over 84% in the assembly elections, which is extremely high. And the polling for Tamil Nadu elections was held in a single phase on April 23rd, with a lot of strong participation seen across both urban and rural regions. As we come down to those crucial result day, we see that many parties are holding their huddles and holding their meetings ahead of result day. DMK as well holding meetings simultaneously. So both the DMK and the TVK holding emergency meetings. Vijay holding the meet as we countdown to result day. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV as we see that a lot of exit polls are saying that DMK might have an edge there in Tamil Nadu. However, Vijay's TVK making a very significant progress in the state with a decent vote share, which has been projected ahead of the result day on May 4th. We'll try to go across to our colleagues in a short while. Right now, of course, the early trends are only out. The exit poll numbers are out. And all the parties waiting and strategizing. Let's go to my colleague, Sharda, joining us live. Sharda is getting us all those updates, and Sharda is tracking those meetings which are taking place. TVK's Vijay just leaving for that key meeting. And what would be the strategy, Sharda, for the TVK? Because we see, according to the exit poll numbers, that TVK is projected to come out with some decent numbers.
Well, TVK, though being a first-time party, is minimum getting 25% of the vote share this time, just in the 2026 elections. So they come as a tertiary party after the DMK and the ADMK. Few polls show that Vijay could be leading. Another one shows him as opposition. And even though giving a tough fight for the DMK and the ADMK, 25% of vote share for the very first time for a debut political party is a history for the state of Tamil Nadu, especially in the political arena. As you see, right now, in the TVK headquarters, Vijay is holding a meeting along with the 234 candidates who contested this particular elections. Initially, the meeting was planned to make sure that if the ADMK and the DMK are leading in number, that the TVK members do not get bought off by the leading parties. Was initially the party sources in plan to have the meeting. However, after the exit poll results yesterday, it's likely that the TVK is planning to make sure if they do have a majority of numbers, if they come in the opposition, what would the plan of action be? That's the discussion that's going to take place today with the TVK party members, along with Vijay, who is right now in the meeting in the TVK headquarters in Chennai. Meanwhile, the DMK also held a senior party ladies member meeting, following which MK Stalin also met the 234 candidates. This comes after the exit poll results yesterday. 7 out of 10 show DMK leading in the state of Tamil Nadu, coming back to power, and 2 showing DMK would be failing abruptly and not going to be even form the opposition government, where the 2 other polls stated that the DMK will get very less number of seats compared to the last time, can't form a majority on their own. So this also includes if the alliance parties of the DMK take a change of stance. So in this time, it is very important for the political parties to hold on to the alliance, because especially though there was no pre-poll alliance, there is possibilities of post-poll alliance after the number of majority seats, if not won by the single party. There is always a position of coalition government, position in the state of Tamil Nadu for the government to be formed with alliance parties together. So that's the reason that the DMK and the TVK are holding important meetings today with the party members.
All right, okay. Sharda, coming back to you. Sharda is in Chennai and she's tracking all the developments. Sharda, also, you know, Vijay surge is something that a lot of people are talking about. However, from the DMK style, what exactly is making Stalin nervous about the exit poll results? Are they nervous? Are they coming out with a strategy? How are they planning to go ahead before May 4th?
Well, the DMK was very strong even yesterday, thinking that they would be coming back to power, that the May 4 results would be for them and that it is DMK 2.0 in the state of Tamil Nadu. However, after the exit poll results, though DMK showed a lot of strength, saying that the TVK, the oaths taken by the TVK, the oath share, does not affect them, but only the AIADMK as the opposition party. And the DMK stronghold still holds the fort because the followers of the DMK are different when it comes to the identity politics that is being played in the state of Tamil Nadu. However, today the emergency meeting convened by the DMK shows that however strong they are on the outside, there are still doubts and questions whether if the DMK would be coming back to power, whether the plan that the DMK has come out with implementing the DMK 2.0 as a strategy will work out for them or not. So that's the reason that the important meeting was convened today. Though this does not show that the DMK is directly scared of the TVK and the TVK leader Vijay and the impact that he had on this particular elections. If you remember, this time it is the highest polling in the state of Tamil Nadu with 84.69% voter turnout, with 15 lakhs of the first-time voters coming into play. And the encouragement for the first-time voters and the youth came from the TVK leader Vijay. DMK was very sure about it. And that's the reason that the emergency meeting was convened today by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin.
All right, well, thank you, Shant, for getting us all those details. Both the DMK and the TVK holding those emergency meetings. They are in a huddle ahead of the May 4th results. Now, we're getting some more updates coming in. We see that when we talk about West Bengal, TMC has allegedly resorted to violence as soon as the phase 2 of polling has gotten over. So a lot of updates are coming in, which are telling us that there have been many clashes post the phase 2 of polling. So we see that an RSS workers' house was vandalized. An attack. Now, TMC workers targeted RSS worker Abhijit Brahma's house. Abhijit Brahma and his brother were attacked during the incident, and the police later arrested Abhijit Brahma and instead of the alleged attacker. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, and we can see that the West Bengal cops are also confronting TMC workers. TMC really trying to intimidate the voters. Post-poll violence erupts in West Bengal, and there are different instances coming in. That is why the Election Commission is keeping the CAPF companies in West Bengal just to make sure that the situation de-escalates ahead of result day. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. We have seen that West Bengal cops are confronting the TMC workers over alleged fake EVM VVPAT. A West Bengal police officer confronted a TMC worker who has allegedly intimidated the voters using a fake EVM VVPAT machine. That's also one of the updates that we are tracking. So the police arrested the RSS worker instead of the TMC after these TMC workers barged into the RSS worker's house and vandalized it. Instead, we're getting these updates coming in that post-poll violence once again has erupted. TMC workers attack RSS workers in West Bengal, and police have arrested the RSS worker instead of the TMC workers. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go straight across to the next set of breaking updates. And we were discussing earlier that there has been many instances of post-poll clashes. And in the latest coming in, that the West Bengal cop has confronted TMC workers over alleged fake EVM VVPAT. A West Bengal police officer confronting a TMC worker who was allegedly intimidating voters using a fake EVM VVPAT machine. How dare you provoke voters? You are providing a duplicate VVPAT. You're not even allowed within 100 meters. Who are you? You are trying to hinder a peaceful election. This is what the cops are saying and asking. And the cop goes on to say, and we have that video for you as well, the cop goes on to say that I have the power to arrest you for this transgression which has been made. All right, getting you these updates coming in, viewers. West Bengal cop confronts the TMC workers, and we just heard that heated exchange between TMC workers and the cop. The cop saying that, why are you intimidating the voters? The cop is confronting this TMC worker. This is over the alleged fake EVM VVPAT. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, and we will keep getting our viewers more updates because post-poll clashes already happening there. Remember that the Election Commission has gotten 77 EVM tampering complaints from West Bengal already. So there is a possibility of repolling in parts of West Bengal after those 77 complaints of alleged EVM tampering. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'm being joined by Harsha. Harsha, coming across to you. Now, the Election Commission, we know that the complaints which have reached EC over EVM tampering right now, the COP is directly asking this TMC worker, why are you intimidating voters? Yes, Harsha, go ahead.
So, Shivangi, this is the video of the yesterday. So, this was a video of yesterday at the time of the polling in the Nadia region in the Krishnaganj area, one of the subdivisions. There exactly this incident happened. A TMC Gram Panchayat's husband, Gauri Nath, is a TMC Panchayat head. Gauri Nath, her husband, Gautam Nath, was allegedly carrying some fake documents and the fake EVM VVPAT machine in his vehicle when he was stopped by the police officials to not be there 100 meters around the polling booth. He was arguing continuously with the police officials, not ready to hand over the documents what he had hidden inside his vehicle and in the bag. And also police officials clearly told him that he has to leave the place, otherwise there will be stringent action and also the case will be registered against him. So what was found in the vehicle was the fake EVM VVPAT machine. This was a machine which was being used by the TMC member to misguide the voters, to influence the voters, to put pressure on the voters and intimidate them to vote in favor of the TMC. This entire matter has come into cognizance of Election Commission of India, and that is the reason in many of the polling booths it has been directed to the special
Thank you for getting us all those details, Harsha. I will be coming back to you for more on the story. Of course, post-poll clashes being reported there. Okay, taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. The Delhi High Court has granted interim relief to Karishma Kapoor's children. This is in the Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle case. Court restrains late industrialist Sanjay Kapoor's wife Priya Kapoor from dissipating his assets.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. the Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29.
So coming up, viewers, Delhi High Court has granted interim relief in favor of actor Karishma Kapoor's children. The court restrains late industrialist Sanjay Kapoor's wife Priya Kapoor from dissipating his assets. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bengaluru, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Post-poll violence in West Bengal. TMC workers attack RSS worker, vandalize his home, and Bengal police arrest RSS worker instead of the TMC worker.
আপনি ভিভিপ্যাট এখানে কাগজ নিয়ে এখানে মানুষকে শো করছেন এই তো আপনার গাড়িতে আমি সিজ করেছি আপনি ডুপ্লিকেট ভিভিপ্যাট এবং ভোটিং মেশিন এখানে মানুষকে প্রভোক করছেন 100 মিটার 200 মিটারে বা আপনি সাধারণ নির্বাচনে যদি বাধা দান করেন
Bengal co-op confronts TMC worker in Bengal. Video shows police confronting TMC worker intimidating the voters. Election Commission says 77 cases of EVM tampering have been reported. Repolling is very likely before May 2nd.
2/3 से ज्यादा सीटें आ रही हैं तृणमूल की आप देख लेना मतलब मुझे मालूम है ईडी का डर सबको लगा रहता है क्योंकि मोस्टली तो बिजनेस हाउसेस हैं सारे
The TMC is confident of win even after exit polls suggest otherwise. In conversation with the Republic, TMC MP Kirti Azad targets Home Minister Amit Shah. Factional feud grows in Kerala. Congress despite of exit poll majority. Following exit poll predictions yesterday, emergency meets called in Tamil Nadu. MK Stalin calls for an emergency meeting with senior leaders after TVK chief is holding meetings with his candidates and cadres. And Delhi High Court grants interim relief in favour of actor Karishma Kapoor's children. The court restrains late industrialist Sanjay Kapoor's wife Priya Kapoor from dissipating his assets. Beginning some big breaking news coming in. Republic coverage goes viral. Arnab's coverage goes viral. Big revelation by Axis My India polling agency under TMC pressure. Pollster targeted by the TMC. Well, Arnab's coverage of poll polls goes viral across social media. The coverage that's gone viral. Arnab's coverage has gone viral. Poll of polls. And we see that Arnab's conversation that he had with the Axis My India pollster Pradeep Gupta has gone viral, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And of course, Republic has been tracking these numbers for you very, very closely. And that conversation has gone viral of Pradeep Gupta has revealed how pollsters were arrested in West Bengal. So huge updates coming in here, viewers of Republic TV. We have seen that Republic's biggest coverage of the exit polls has gone viral. The Arnab's coverage of polar polls has gone viral. And this, as we lead and wait for countdown to the all-important May 4th election results. Okay, let's go ahead and play out that conversation which has gone viral of Arnab in conversation with Access My India pollster Pradeep Gupta.
Gupta of Access My India, he's not fully with us, but we love him. Great guy. Now tell me one thing, Pradeep. I am told that you have not released your Bengal number. Is this true? If so, why?
Arnab, thank you for having me here. And coming to the Bengal, generally our methodology is that we go face to face and talk to people post-election. And we tried doing so post the first phase of election, and we could have end up talking to only 20 to 30% of our sample universe. 70 to 80% people say we don't want to talk. They simply does not open their mouth and moves away. And we decided let's wait for a second phase to happen, which held today. And tomorrow again my team will go and try and do the needful. And if we are satisfied with our sample, and if people speak to us, we will come out and present our exit poll.
Then what will happen to the phase 1 number where people did not speak to you? Will you try to go back?
We will go to the consistency of phase 1 also once again. We will try to do this.
You think people will be more honest in speaking after the exit polls are out? They'll feel more relief today, they'll go. But then, you know, that also is not right. No, if you go there today and the other exit polls are showing, and I want to get MR also, and if the other exit polls are showing that BJP is leading, if not sweeping, then maybe there will be more for BJP in your poll. Then will your poll be as credible?
There may be a bias there.
That's right, Arnab. That's the possibility. That's the possibility one cannot rule out. Once the exit poll numbers out, the response is going to play some kind of a bias into that. That's not, not a single % doubt. But we don't have any choice. I can't put my numbers before I get fully satisfied with my sample. That has to be representative enough.
We want to say anything about what you saw generally? I mean, this is a very interesting line taken, Abhishek, by him. Maybe you can say he's cautious, but I would say he's being honest. He's not making things up. But what about the other pollsters? Are you saying the other pollsters have made it up, Pradeep?
I'm not saying so. They are doing good job. And what I can say about others, I can tell about myself.
What's the feeling you got? You were there for some time.
That's what, there is no feeling. Otherwise, I would have come with my numbers today. If people are not speaking, I don't know what's there in their mind.
Why would people not speak? I said some time back, talking
fear
about
factor, fear factor, sheer fear factor.
Fear of Mamta, right? Fear of Mamta.
Fear, and I'll tell you, Arnab, 3 months back, my 5 surveyors has been put behind the bar in Damdam jail. They were there for 22 days, and we go to Calcutta High Court, and the charges against our surveyors was they are sent by this party and that party, and whatever number or who has given them the permission. I said, by opinion poll करने, जनमत संग्रह करने, लोगों की राय जानने के लिए, you tell me where should I go, which is the authority I should get permission from. And they said, nothing doing, you can't do the poll. So this is the kind of situation prevailing on the ground.
Pradeep Gupta of Access My India, he's not fully with us, but we love him. Great guy. Now tell me one thing, Pradeep. I am told that you have not released your Bengal number. Is this true? If so, why?
Arnab, thank you for having me here. And coming to the Bengal, generally our methodology is that we go face to face and talk to people post-election. And we tried doing so post the first phase of election, and we could have end up talking to only 20 to 30% of our sample universe. 70 to 80% people say we don't want to talk. They simply does not open their mouth and moves away. And we decided let's wait for a second phase to happen, which held today. And tomorrow again my team will go and try and do the needful. And if we are satisfied with our sample, and if people speak to us, we will come out and present our exit poll.
Then what will happen to the phase 1 number where people did not speak to you? Will you try to go back?
We will go to the consistency of phase 1 also once again. We will try to do this.
You think people will be more honest in speaking after the exit polls are out? They'll feel more relief today. They'll go. But then, that also is not right. No, if you go there today and the other exit polls are showing, and I want to get MR also, and if the other exit polls are showing that BJP is leading, if not sweeping, then maybe there will be more for BJP in your poll. Then will your poll be as credible?
There may be a bias there.
That's right, Arnab. That's the possibility. That's the possibility one cannot rule out. Once the exit poll numbers out, the response is going to play some kind of a bias into that. That's not, not a single % doubt. But we don't have any choice. I can't put my numbers before I get fully satisfied with my sample. That has to be representative enough.
We want to say anything about what you saw generally? I mean, this is a very interesting line taken, Abhishek, by him. Maybe you can say he's cautious, but I would say he's being honest. He's not making things up. But what about the other pollsters? Are you saying the other pollsters have made it up, Pradeep?
I'm not saying so. They are doing good job. And what I can say about others, I can tell about myself.
What's the feeling you got? You were there for some time.
That's what, there is no feeling. Otherwise, I would have come with my numbers today. If people are not speaking, I don't know what's there in their mind.
Why would people not speak? I said some time back, talking about
fear factor, sheer fear factor.
Fear of Mamta, right? Fear of Mamta.
And I'll tell you, Arnab, 3 months back, my 5 surveyors has been put behind the bar in Damdam jail. They were there for 22 days, and we go to Calcutta High Court, and the charges against our surveyors was they are sent by this party and that party, and whatever number or who has given them the permission. I said, by opinion poll करने, जनमत संग्रह करने, लोगों की राय जानने के लिए, you tell me where should I go? Which is the authority I should get permission from? And they said, nothing doing, you can't do the poll. So this is the kind of situation prevailing on the ground.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. The DMK minister's constituency in charge and all the 234 DMK candidates who contested the assembly elections have camped at the DMK headquarters in Chennai following the release of the post-election exit polls. The CM has called for an emergency meeting with senior leaders. Now, this comes as the TVK has also been holding a meet. So we see 2 big meetings. DMK and TVK, both of them holding emergency meets because remember, the exit poll numbers are already out, and the TVK has been projected to emerge as a game changer. Now let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Shardha is joining us live. She's tracking both the meetings. Shardha, now, let's talk a little bit first about DMK. Now, DMK is showing a clear edge there. According to the numbers. So what is DMK so nervous about? They're having a huddle right now.
Well, Shivangi, as you mentioned, DMK, those showing in the exit polls that they would be getting the highest numbers in forming the government. An emergency meeting was convened today by the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin just to make sure that on the May 4th, when the results are different from what the exit polls have said, what would their plan of action be? Speaking to us, the sources from the DMK pointed out, telling that though the DMK would be winning majority of seats, there's a question on whether the Alliance Party's support would continue to them or whether there would be a change. If you remember, there was multiple talks about TVK and the Congress going together. Later, the Congress also fought for seat sharing and power sharing with the DMK before finalizing their alliance with the DMK. And now there's also a question with the number of seats given to the VCK and the Communist Party who are fighting for the number of seats with the DMK leaders. Now, after the question rises, if the DMK does not get the sole majority, what would be the plan of action would be if the Alliance parties change their decision? Same goes for the TVK, whereas now the meeting is just getting concluded as we speak. The TVK leader Vijay is holding on a meeting with all the party cadres just to make sure that no other party members do come in and make sure that if the TVK does get a majority of numbers as predicted by the exit poll yesterday, if TVK do get a large majority, and that if there is a chance for them to form the government, that the MLAs are not taken over by the other parties, just to make sure that the party members also sign a promissory note saying that if they do become MLAs, they continue to be part of the TVK party, is all was in the discussion today. As you see, the members are just walking out of the meeting where the TVK leader Vijay held on talks with all the 234 candidates in batches. The meeting is going on with every constituency. One by one, the talks were held, and slowly they are all coming out slowly just to make sure that the TVK does hold a strong position in whatever the results may be and what their plan of action would be, Shivangi.
Sharda, you were mentioning TVK there. So TVK has made significant inroads into Tamil Nadu. It's their political debut, by the way, Shardha. So was TVK expecting this in terms of the exit poll numbers? They were quite confident before the polls because they decided to go solo.
Well, very true. TVK decided to go solo, and they initially wanted to say that all 234 constituencies would be won by the TVK and that they would be forming the government. The exit polls yesterday gave them a bigger hope, thinking either that they would be either the winners or the opposition, according to 3 polls that's been published yesterday. So now TVK has a higher hope, but otherwise, as we speak, on the ground, we know that all the polls that come together show 20 to 25% of vote share that would be distributed to the TVK. As we speak, last time in 2021, if we speak statistically, it is DMK that won 36.29%, and it was AI-ADMK which won 36.18%. There was a very minute difference in the vote share percentage between the DMK and the AI-ADMK, whereas the number of seats won by the DMK was 3-digit, and whereas AI-ADMK won 66. So there might be a huge difference in that as well. Though TVK leader Vijay can take 25% of vote share, the number of seats that they would be winning very clearly is yet to be decided, and May 4 is when we will know whether if the exit poll results will actually become true or not. And meanwhile, the TVK is making sure that what their plan of action would be, and that's the reason this important meeting was convened today. And the important part of the meeting is that candidates were expected to write a letter, a promissory note, just to make sure that they will continue to stay with the party, whatever the results may be.
All right. Well, thank you, Shardha, for getting us all those details. And in a recent exclusive interview and interaction with Kirti Azad, claiming there were many claims were made that the BJP's assembly performance was lagging despite its Lok Sabha standing, with projections favoring a 2/3 majority for the TMC in West Bengal. Now, the source further suggests that Mamata Banerjee's popularity exceeds that of national leadership, while criticizing the administration's stance on border security and regional rhetoric.
2/3 से ज़्यादा सीटें आ रही हैं तृणमूल की, आप देख लेना और आपको अपने आप पता लग जाएगा। ये जो है ना, मतलब मुझे मालूम है ईडी का डर सबको लगा रहता है, क्योंकि मोस्टली तो बिजनेस हाउसेस हैं सारे, तो एक्चुअल फैक्ट बताना चाहिए, सही तरह से बताना चाहिए। ये पोलस्टर्स की भी क्रेडिबिलिटी तो रहने गई, विश्वसनीयता कहाँ गई?
कई बार एग्जिट पोल बहुत बुरी तरह से हमने देखा है कि धरातल पर भी गिरे हैं, लेकिन क्या वजह आपको लगती है कि टीएमसी को जनता फिर से चुनेगी? क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार 2011 के बाद से ज्यादा सीटें टीएमसी को मिलती रही हैं, तो आपको लगता है कि पिछली बार का भी रिकॉर्ड इस बार टूटेगा?
बिल्कुल टूटेगा, आराम से टूटेगा। और इसलिए टूटेगा क्योंकि 12 सालों से मोदी जी ने तो जुमले दिए हैं। 2 करोड़ नौकरी से शुरू किया था, 15-15 लाख हर अकाउंट में कहे थे, काला धन लाने वाले थे, पेट्रोल डीजल के दाम करने वाले थे, कम करने वाले थे, सिलेंडर के दाम कम होने वाले थे, 2022 तक सब गरीब को छत मिलने वाला था, पक्का घर होने वाले थे, स्मार्ट सिटीज़ बनने वाली थी, नोटबंदी से काला धन खत्म होने वाला था, टेररिज्म सब ऊपर हो जाने वाला था। हुआ तो कुछ नहीं। क्या देखते हैं आप? मोदी जी जाते हैं, फर्स्ट क्लास 20 लाख का कैमरा लेते हैं, हुगली पे फोटो खींचते हैं। एक बार जरा जमुना में भी तो जाएं, जहां सरकार है इनकी, 6 महीने में ठीक करने वाले थे मोदी जी। रेखा गुप्ता जी हैं यहाँ पे। ये AQI क्या होता है, AIQ क्या होता है, इनको मालूम ही नहीं है।
गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने काफी प्रचार किया, काफी लंबे समय तक पश्चिम बंगाल में ही रहे, बीते 10 दिन से पश्चिम बंगाल में थे। उन्होंने बार बार एक नारा दिया कि पश्चिम बंगाल में भय है, भय खत्म होगा, भरोसे की सरकार बीजेपी देगी। आपको लगता है कि वो भय पश्चिम बंगाल में है लोगों के मन में?
एक तो इनकी भाषा 2 नंबरी उठाई गिरे की है। जो बोले ए ममता, बंगाल के गुंडों में उल्टा करके सीधा कर दूंगा, ये भाषा क्या गृह मंत्री की है? दूसरा, गृह मंत्री को कहीं काम तो दूसरा है नहीं। वो क्या होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ बंगाल है या होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया है? घुसपैठिए जो घुसते हैं वो बंगाल से घुसते हैं, आसाम से घुसते हैं, मिजोरम से घुसते हैं, पाकिस्तान से आ जाते हैं, अटैक कर देते हैं, भाई सारण में 26 लोग को मार के चले जाते हैं और ये यहाँ घूमते रहते हैं। ये तो इनकी विश्वसनीयता है। तो इसकी क्या बात करते हो? अमित शाह की क्या बात करते हो? और जिस प्रकार की भाषा इस्तेमाल की है, बंगाल के लोग भद्र मानुष हैं और ममता दीदी बहुत पॉपुलर है। ममता दीदी इन दोनों से देश में सबसे ज़्यादा पॉपुलर है। इनको तो चढ़ाया आप लोगों ने। अन्यथा तो कभी इनके काम के बारे में भी चर्चा करो। आप चढ़ते हो विपक्ष के ऊपर, हैं? कभी केंद्र सरकार से भी तो पूछो।
So, viewers, the TMC is very spooked by the exit poll numbers, but Congress President Kharge is saying that these numbers are perhaps not the truest. Now Kharge has downplayed the exit poll numbers for West Bengal, calling it a very close contest. We have that statement. Let's play it out.
West Bengal ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಪೋಲಿನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹಣಾಹಣಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು TMCಗೆ ಮುನ್ನಡೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎರಡನೇದು BJP ಮತ್ತು ಉಳಿದ ಅವರ ಅಲೈನ್ಸ್ NDA ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಸ್ ಅವರು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಬ್ಬಾಳಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೆದರಿಸಿ CRF ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಮತಾ TMCಗೆ ಟಕ್ಕರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ನಾವು ಅಂತೂ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮದು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸಲ ನಾವು ಒಂಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಹಿತದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಪಕ್ಷದ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೋರಾಟ ಇದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಅಂತೆ ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇದೆ.
ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಲಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಪೋಲ್ಸ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಸರ್.
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಅವರು ಕೆಲವು ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನಾವು ಗೆಲ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ. ಈ ಕಡೆ TMCದವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಮಗೆ.
And we were taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Delhi High Court has granted interim relief in favor of actor Karishma Kapoor's children. This is in the inheritance battle case. A court restrains late industrialist Sanjay Kapoor's wife Priya Kapoor from dissipating his assets. Stay tuned.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away.
So coming up, viewers, Delhi High Court grants interim relief in favor of actor Karishma Kapoor's children. Court restrains lead industrialist Sanjay Kapoor's wife Priya Kapoor from dissipating his assets. Stay tuned.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-20.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Violence in West Bengal. TMC workers attack RSS worker, vandalize his home, and Bengal police arrest RSS worker instead of the TMC worker.
এই তো আপনার গাড়িতে আমি সিজ করেছি। আপনি ডুপ্লিকেট ভিভিপ্যাট এবং ভোটিং মেশিন এখানে মানুষকে প্রভাব করছেন। 100 মিটার 200 মিটারে আপনি সাধারণ নির্বাচনে যদি বাধা দান করেন।
West Bengal cop confronts TMC worker in West Bengal, and the video shows police confronting the TMC worker, intimidating the voters. Election Commission says 77 cases of EVM tampering have been reported, repolling likely before May 2nd.
दो तिहाई से ज्यादा सीटें आ रही हैं तृणमूल की, आप देख लेना। मतलब मुझे मालूम है ईडी का डर सबको लगा रहता है, क्योंकि मोस्टली तो बिजनेस हाउसेस हैं सारे।
TMC confident of win even after exit polls suggest otherwise. In conversation with Republic, TMC MP Kirti Azad targets Home Minister Amit Shah. Factional feud grows in Kerala Congress despite exit poll majority. Meetings called in Tamil Nadu. MK Stalin calls for an emergency meeting with senior leaders, and TVK chief is holding meetings with his cadres and candidates. And Delhi High Court grants interim relief in favor of actor Karishma Kapoor's children. Court restrains late industrialist Sanjay Kapoor's wife Priya Kapoor from dissipating his assets.
And thank you for joining us on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen, as we get you the poll of polls here on Republic. Now, there are many pictures that continue to emerge from battleground Bengal. Now, these are pictures that define the atmosphere in Bengal. Now, some of these pictures speak a million words. The Bengal police, which was under the fear of Mamata Banerjee, the Bengal police that usually is controlled by Mamata Banerjee. Now, even the Bengal police, in one such video that came in, is seen confronting TMC workers, which indicates that perhaps the fear or the reign of fear is coming to an end. Here's that sequence.
আমরা সাধারণ জনগণ
আপনি কোন হরিদাস পাল? কোন হরিদাস পাল আপনি?
আমরা সাধারণ মানুষ,
কোন হরিদাস পাল?
আমরা সাধারণ জনগণ, আমরা সাধারণ জনগণ।
তারপরেও আপনি কোনো গ্যাদারিং নেই। আপনার নাম কি? গৌতম নাথ। গৌতম, আর নামটা বলুন। আমার নাম গৌতম নাথ। বলেন গ্যাদারিং নেই। না বলেন বলেন বলেন। আমার নাম গৌতম নাথ। কোনো গ্যাদারিং নেই। কালকে এই ভদ্রলোককে আমি একবার ওয়ার্নিং দিয়েছি, ওনাকে বলেছি উনি নিজের পদের বিকাশ মানে কি সব কোথায় আছেন, আতিপাতি কমিটির কোনো চেয়ারম্যান, ওনার আজকে এখান থেকে ওনার পজিশন থেকে আমি এইটা পেলাম। এই জিনিসগুলো আপনার 100 মিটারের বাইরে, 100 মিটারের বাইরে ভেতরে কোনো ব্যাপার নয়। 100 মিটার বাইরে ভেতরে কোনো গ্যাদারিং নেই। 100 মিটারের ভিতরে কোনো গ্যাদারিং পাননি, আমার প্রচারের জন্য কোনো ম্যান পাননি, তারপরেও আমার জিনিস সার্চ করছেন, এটা বেআইনি। এই কিউআরটিকে রাখো তো, এটাকে মালটাকে তুলে দিন। কোথায় তুলে দেবেন? আচ্ছা তো আমাদের ভাষায় আমরা কথা বলছি, আপনার কি আছে? আমাদের রেকর্ডিং করা তো সব।
As Justice Jyoti Singh did say in her order, and I really believe that justice has been done. I think Justice Jyoti Singh has done a very fair job and made sure, kept in mind my brother's children, my mother, everyone. So we're very happy with the first step towards, this entire fight, or not even a fight. This entire, well, it is a fight, yeah.
With the court ordering provisions of the state, what immediate risk to the assets were you concerned about?
I think everything about the assets, because technically this is my mother's assets, which have been, or my father's, who left to my mother's. So I think we're more worried about the assets being dissipated and needs to, come back to the family, make sure the kids are looked after, which is very, very important for us. Because my brother looked after kids very well, and we want to make sure that is maintained. And I think it's again a great step for the assets being maintained till everything is figured out here.
Do you believe the restraint of accounts and assets acquired safeguard the state of Sanjay Kapoor pending trial life?
Absolutely. I think this is a very good order for the family, for my mother, for the kids, and I think the fact that everything is frozen right now will help us keep everything in place till again there's a forensic done on the will and we figure out what is going on. So yeah.
Will you little bit elaborate on your struggle, your brother in court, when the case began, like what on that time, what?
My brother in my case?
Yeah.
I think it was again a very silly thing that happened. I think it was over the name Sona, and again I wish we'd sat down and talked, which we didn't do, which we normally did. But the good thing is at the end we settled very amicably, and only thing is that I didn't get to talk to my brother and have that closure. And again I say, I think it was the egos that clashed, which is very unfortunate because I'm never going to have closure with him, which hurts my heart every day now.
What do you think?
Okay, so that's the response from Mandira Kapoor as the court gives a relief there to Sanjay Kapoor's children. Assets are frozen. Sarthak is joining me live. Sarthak, it's a verdict, critical verdict, and this is exactly what the families wanted, at least the late Sanjay Kapoor's family, his kids from former wife, who wanted, Karishma Kapoor's children wanted this, isn't it? Take us to what they had asked for and what has happened here.
Well, it was an important hearing in the Delhi High Court today regarding Sanjay Kapoor's estate. There was a dispute, the long pending dispute in the family between Karishma Kapoor's children and Priya Kapoor. And today the Delhi High Court justice that was led by Justice Jyoti Singh has passed an order, an interim order in favor of Karishma Kapoor's children, where she has restrained Priya Kapoor from alienating the property or selling the property or carrying out any sort of property with any sort of practice with regard to the estate, the 30,000 crore worth assets that belong to Sanjay Kapoor. There was a long pending dispute about the validity of the will that was presented by Priya Kapoor. Rani Kapoor has filed a separate petition in the Supreme Court. Constantly they have pressed upon one single allegation that the will itself is forged, and therefore till the time that is still in dispute, the case is still pending in courts, it's important that she should be restrained, she should be refrained from dealing with those assets, dealing with 30,000 crore worth assets. So now the Delhi High Court has passed an interim order in favor of Karishma Kapoor's children, where now Priya Kapoor will not be allowed to sell the property or transfer the property or alienate the property in any manner whatsoever. It was a big hearing today. The interim order was long pending. The order was reserved since December. Finally, an interim order has been passed, and whether Priya Kapoor will be challenging this order in the Supreme Court, and what all is happening in all the other pending cases, because just to remind the viewers, there are some defamation suits also pending in High Court, in Patiala House Court. So there are multiple cases pending at this point, which is something that we are constantly tracking. Back to you, Niranjan.
Okay, you also spoke to the lawyer, a lawyer of Karishma Kapoor and the family. Let me play that interaction. Here's what the lawyer said on the legal battle, which we've covered in great detail here on Republic in the last few months.
We have Advocate Ravi with us shedding some light on the case or what all actually happened. So if you could just tell me what all arguments took place in the court and what were the orders precisely passed by the court?
Today, no arguments were advanced. The matter was reserved for judgment on 24th of December, if I'm not wrong. And today the judgment was pronounced on the interim application seeking injunction against Priya from alienating or dealing with any of the assets of Sanjay Kapoor. An application which was made by Karishma's and Sanjay's children. The court has pronounced the order today. The court has today granted us full relief. Insofar it has injuncted Priya Sasdev Kapoor from dealing or alienating any assets left behind by Sanjay Kapoor. The court has found that the suspicious circumstance which has emerged from the will which was set up by Priya Kapoor in her defense to the partition suit are all reasonable and valid, and unless Priya repels those suspicious circumstances surrounding the will, there is a danger that she may alienate or misappropriate the asset of Sanjay Kapoor, which may prejudice the rights of Class 1 heirs, including Karishma's children and Rani Kapoor. So, obviously, today the judgment is in our favor. It is only expected that the other side may file an appeal against this order, judgment. So, we'll see when they file an appeal, we'll file a reply and contest it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, going back to the election-related news now, we had pictures come in this morning from Bengal where the Trinamool Congress, perhaps looking at the feedback on the ground or looking at the exit polls, understanding that they haven't really had their way in this election. Following the exit polls last evening, there's been post-poll violence in Bengal and RSS workers have been attacked. We had pictures of brothers from Bihala in Bengal who were attacked. The pictures were horrific. We'll show the pictures of the attack. And our reporter, the Republic team, was there to speak to the family as in some parts of Bengal, the fear continues.
As soon as voting concluded yesterday at around 6 p.m., TMC goons resorted to post-poll violence, which are seen in the history of the elections as well. But this time, immediately after the polling concludes, TMC goons came to this house of RSS cadre worker Abhijit and Prasanajit and started hurling stones at them from where I'm standing right now. The TMC goons and supporters resorted to violence by standing here, throwing stones at Abhijit and Prasanajit while they were sitting just outside their house after having dinner after coming back from polling booth. The mother alleges that the police, rather than arresting all the local and the anti-social elements and miscreants related and linked to the TMC, they rather arrested and took in custody Abhijit and Prasanajit. There is a skull injury which was caused because of this violence to both the brothers. After the medical treatment, both were taken by police in custody. Also, 3 have been from TMC have taken into custody by the police officials. In total, till now, 5 people have been detained by the police officials. But yes, the mother alleges that the TMC has threatened to resort to more violence on 4th of May, and the entire family is right now under immense fear.
Okay, getting in some breaking news on Dawood Ibrahim's aide Salim Dola. Salim Dola, drug trafficker, close associate of Dawood Ibrahim, produced before Mumbai court, and the court has remanded him to NCB custody until the 8th of May. That's a breaking news update coming in. The NCB had brought Dawood's aide and drug trafficker Salim Dola to India after his extradition from Turkey. And the court has now remanded him to custody until the 8th of May. That's a breaking news update that's coming in. We'll go across to Revati joining us. Revati is in Mumbai. Revati will be joining us with the details of what the NCB argued to get the custody of Salim Dola, the man that you see there on your screens. Very unassuming, but he was Dawood Ibrahim's aide involved in the narco-terror nexus. The NCB had brought him, that is Salim Dola, to India after extradition from Turkey. He was hiding in Turkey. He's a close aide of Dawood Ibrahim. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah had also tweeted, spoke about how big this breakthrough was of the NCB to secure the return of Salim Dola from Turkey, adding that Salim Dola reflected the government's firm resolve to bring narcotic fugitives, members of organized crime syndicate, to justice. Revati joining us with the details of what he is charged with and why this is a critical arrest. Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that Salim Dola is a close aide of Dawood Ibrahim, the Underworld Don, and he was firstly arrested from Turkey, and now he was sent through a transit remand here in Mumbai. But there was one technical issue before the hearing could start, that a fresh remand needed to be filed in this particular case in the NPDS Special Court, but also one fresh new remand wasn't filed in the magistrate court as well. So the hearing took time, but now it has been ordered that he will be in the NCB custody until 8th of May, and a thorough investigation will happen in Mumbai itself. All the connections will be scrutinized and everything will be under the scrutiny of NCB. So now it will be important to see that what is unearthed by the NCB after the investigation. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. That's a quick news update coming in from Mumbai on Salim Dola, Dawood Ibrahim's aide. Congress leader Pawan Khera is on the run. Nobody knows where Pawan Khera is, but his lawyers are appearing in different courts trying to get him some relief. Today in Supreme Court there was some action. He suffered a setback, this time in Supreme Court in the criminal defamation case linked to the comments and the claims made against the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife. Anticipatory bail already denied by the Guwahati High Court. Khera's legal options are narrowing. Here's the story.
Supreme Court has now rejected Pawan Khera's anticipatory bail plea. This case relates to public statements made by Khera alleging that the wife of Assam Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sharma held multiple passports and had irregular foreign links. Following these remarks, a complaint was filed in Assam leading to the registration of an FIR invoking sections related to forgery, defamation and criminal conspiracy. Khera had approached the Guwahati High Court seeking anticipatory bail, arguing that the case was politically motivated. The Guwahati High Court rejected his plea, observing that the allegations made were in fact serious and required investigation. Following the High Court order, Khera moved the Supreme Court, seeking relief from possible arrest. However, the Supreme Court has not granted immediate protection and earlier had also declined to extend transit anticipatory bail granted by the Telangana High Court. This means Khera currently does not have protection from coercive action in the Assam case.
Pawan Khera resides in Delhi. The case was, the FIR was filed in Assam. So if he were to file any sort of anticipatory bail application, he should have done that either in Delhi or in Assam. On that ground, the Supreme Court had put a stay on that transit anticipatory bail. Then Pawan Khera reached to the Guwahati High Court. Guwahati High Court denied him that anticipatory bail. So now he has reached to Supreme Court regarding the same anticipatory bail. The arguments are still ongoing. We are constantly following that, and how and what will transpire in the court, this is something that we are constantly tracking.
The case is now at a crucial stage, with investigators expected to proceed based on the FIR and available evidence. The Congress has maintained that the case is an example of political targeting, while the Assam government has stated that the law will take its own course given the nature of the allegations. With no relief from the High Court and no immediate intervention from the Supreme Court, Pawan Khera's legal position remains uncertain as he continues to evade law.